rentals plus the white truck. That's 3 trucks running Amazon. So we was making that paper. We was after the money, right? Okay. This is where the fourth incident. Before it gets to the fifth. The fifth is the payment. Fourth is the big one. I get a call at 6 a.m. I'm with my girl. For me, haven't slept the whole night. You already know what I'm doing. I'm just whatever. I get a call at 6 a.m. I got my driver Raul, the same Raul that went from New Jersey to California, calls me. Angel, I hit a bridge.
George Holman in the building. How you doing tonight, sir?
Doing well, sir. Thank you.
Man, it's been a long time. Well, no, it ain't been a long time coming because you hit me up, what, last week, right?
Nah, it was a couple of weeks. It was
Couple
in
weeks?
and out.
Okay. All right. Well, we got it together. We got it
Yes, sir.
together. And you hit me up. You wanted to do your testimonial. It sounded like you got some stuff to talk about. We had a brief, I got a brief preview of what you want to talk about, but I think in the initial DM you sent me, it seemed like this is going to be one of the good ones. It sounded like you got a little smoke, a little,
Oh,
a little, a
got a
little.
little, got a little bit of everything.
You got a little bit of everything, right? All right. So this your testimonial, man. Let's get started, man. Start from the beginning, man. Well, you wait. Hold on. I got to give a disclaimer. You seen the other testimonials, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know how it can go. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
It should go pretty right. Shouldn't go left. I got,
All right. All right.
like I say, is my truth. So
All right. All right. Let's get it.
So basically, I have a 22-year-old Dominican young man. He came to me, was like, "Yo, let's start a box truck business." And it's something that I had always wanted to do. I actually wanted to start with the big boys because I used to work for a company, and I wanted to try to backhaul all of their returns, like milk crates and pallets and all of the stuff that the stores deliver.
Mm.
And when I started talking to some of the truck drivers, so this is probably pre pandemic. It was
What
pre
year?
pandemic. This
19,
was
18, 17?
no. So this was, I would say, 2021 going into 2022.
That was
Not
the
pre,
pandemic.
after. I'm sorry.
During the pandemic. That was
Well,
during the pandemic.
yeah. Well, this is what happened. So the company that I work for, they use all of the big boys, JB Hunt, you name it, and they used to tell me how much money they were making, and I should be
Okay.
like, word, and I should be like, okay, this sounds good, because I used to deal with them every day. So that's what got my interest in trucking, that and that alone. So me and Angel kind of talked about it. After a few months, he came
Who
back to
who
me.
who is Angel? Your partner?
Angel's my partner. I gave
Hey,
him 50. I gave him 50% of the business when we started.
all right. So for context, you say he's 22 now.
Yes, he'd be 23 like next week.
Okay. So and you said this was 2021 where he came when he came to you.
Yeah.
So that was what 3 years ago. So he was. You say he's 22 now. So so he was 20, like 19 or 20 when he
Yeah.
came to you with the idea. All right. Let me
Yes.
ask you this: when he came to you with the idea, how did you know this young man?
So I was a manager, and he worked for me. He was one of the associates, and
At the trucking terminal or
no,
wherever you work?
no, at the retail location we worked at. So he
Okay.
worked for me. I was his manager. I was his supervisor.
At a retail location.
Yes.
All right. And okay, so when he came to you in 2021, and it's a reason why I'm asking you this. You may not know the reason. People in the chat may know the reason. I'm pretty sure you asked him what made him come up, or where did he get the idea, or had he done research, or how did he formulate an idea to start a box truck business? Where did the idea come from for the reason why he would want to start a box truck business?
So maybe my dates is a little messed up. So this is what happened. Me and him used to talk a lot. Me being the older gentleman, I used to tell him his work ethic. I was like, I'm gonna make you rich one day. That's how the conversation kind of like started. And then I told him what I would like from him, because I wanted him to go back to school and get his CDL, because I was going to start the business and he was going to be my driver. That's how it all
Right.
started. He was going to be my driver, but
Okay.
he didn't want to do that. So he kind of slid off. He stopped working for the company that I was working for, and I think he started a box truck business with his dad. So he got the idea from Box Truck Shorty. I don't know if I can say that. That's where he got the
Yeah,
idea
you can
from.
say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. But I need to know a year because I want because we it's a reason why I want to know the year because we need to know the time frame that this all came about. You
So
don't
I
remember
would
the year?
say, yeah, early 2022, early 2022, early
Early
20.
2022. All right, so he was watching Instagram. He
Yes,
saw Instagram influencer.
yes,
He got excited. He wanted to get into the box truck business. All right, so when he came to you and presented you with the idea, did he have a business plan? Did he give you numbers? Did he say we could do this? We'll make this amount of money? Like I just
yeah.
put me
So,
put me
so he started a box truck business with his dad. They had one truck. Apparently, that didn't work out. I would ask him why it didn't work out. He just like my dad doesn't want to do it anymore. His dad owns some auto place in Jersey, so I guess his dad just didn't want to deal with the load board and things of that nature. So he came to me. He ain't have a business plan. He just threw out numbers to me. Listen, I could get a dedicated lane. We could make X amount of money a
I need to
week.
know that. I want to know the numbers. I need to feel it. I want to feel like how he felt in 2021.
It's like we could make 6,000 a week, 7,000 a week.
It was possible in 2021.
So yeah, I was excited because I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I was going to do this with or without him, but sometimes I take the path of least resistance, and I was like, all right, this young kid, he's swift on his feet, Dominican, speak Spanish, and can hustle. I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. So
Hmm.
that's how I got involved because he basically was like, George, I'm gonna take care of all of the administrative stuff. So he's the operational manager. He came to me for the dough. I had the bread. That's simple. He had no money. I had the bread. So I was like, let's do it.
Okay. But he was already up and operational with his father. You said
Yeah. Yes.
so.
But for some reason, that
Mhm.
relationship went south. He that went south. His dad didn't want to do it no more. His dad owns, like I said, an auto mechanic spot in Newark, New Jersey. So he's set for life, real estate and all that.
Right.
So
Uh,
apparently the relationship with his dad didn't work out. So he came to me because he knew that I wanted to get into the trucking business because I used to always talk about it. So that's why he came to me. I can show you the text. I still got it. He was like, yo, George, you still interested in starting a trucking business?
I got you. I got you. All right. So that was 2021. He came to you, asked you, were you still interested? You said yeah right away, or did you have to think about it, or?
Nah, I ain't have to think about it. I was like I teach my daughter, man. The only shot that you don't make is the one you don't take. So I just jumped in, man. I just jumped in head first.
You just jumped in. So this is 2021. Do you remember what month?
So let me go back. So that's where the whole idea started. We
Okay.
started the company in June of 2023. That's when we started the company. So I had some time to marinate, but we started the company June of 2023. That's when we started.
So you started June of last year.
Yes.
So you sat on the idea for 2 years?
So remember, I made a mistake. So early 2022 that's when we thought about starting the box up. Early 2022. So yeah, I let that marinate, and then of June of 2023, I decided to make that investment.
So you sat on the idea for about a year.
Yeah.
All right. So June of 2023. So he brought you the idea, whatever that year was, 2022. You agreed to it. So then what took place from that time to June of 2023?
Me just working my 9 to 5, just trying to get this contract with the company that I was working for. I was used to be in contact with one of the what was his position? He used to handle um not transportation, but he was the person responsible for if you had a truck, 26
Mm-hmm.
foot box trucks. I used to see them deliver shopping carts, maybe a couple of pieces of refrigeration every now and then. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I work for the company, man. This is but my hope initially I wanted to just concentrate on backhauling all of the returns because none of the truck drivers ever wanted to take the returns. And they used to always be piled up, always in the back. So a light bulb went off. What if I make a deal with them that they would never have to sit on returns? I will take them daily to Maryland, and if they need me to bring something back, I could bring it back. So that was the whole idea, was to try to get that contract, but it never materialized. The guy was just blowing smoke up my butt and never materialized. So when he came to me with the box truck idea, saying that we could make $6,000-7,000 a week, I jumped on it.
All right. So, all right, let's get to when you actually started. Take me through the process of getting everything set up.
All right, so Facebook Marketplace, we found a truck. It was it's a still we still got it. It's a GMC T7500. I guess the engine cab over the
What's
engine.
a what year is it?
It's a 2000 and 2007. It only had
It's
160,000.
a C6500,
T
a T
seven
60.
five.
What is it? So it got a Caterpillar engine.
No, it has a Isuzu engine
Got a Zuzu engine. Okay.
and a
And it's a
Cummins.
2000.
What is it? Cummins transmission? No, what's
Nah,
the other?
Allison.
Allison.
So it's got a Suzu engine and an Allison transmission.
Yes.
I thought GMC did. They could have probably did multiple. All right, but so that was 2000, and you got 2007 GMC 26 footer, right?
So it's actually 24 feet. It's actually 24
Okay.
feet. But it does
Okay.
hold 12 pallets if you know how to manipulate it.
Okay. I mean, not pallet jack. Lift gate.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So y'all found a truck on Facebook Marketplace.
15K.
You cashed out on it, I'm assuming, right? Well, you
Yes,
had to.
sir.
You had no choice. All right. So what about formulating the company? Did you do that before you bought the
Yeah, yeah,
truck, or
yeah,
you
yeah,
did that
yeah.
afterwards?
We did all of that. Name of the company, AGW Global Logistics, LLC, all of that stuff. He
Okay.
knew how long it took for all of that to come through. So yeah, all I had to do was wait for that. And then I went to Bank of
So,
America.
mhm.
I went to Bank of America. Um and yeah, dude we bought the truck from, he wouldn't leave my side until that transfer went through. Transfer went through, we had ourselves a box truck.
All right. So you bought it from somebody on Facebook Marketplace. Did you buy it in your market, or did you travel for it?
Nah, we bought it in our market. It was like 10 minutes away from the crib.
All right. Um. After you hold on one second. After you purchased the box truck, then what did you do?
We was like found out that that was a scam. That $6,000-7,000 a week. He told me because
Wait. We gonna get to that. This sounds like something we want to get to later. That sounds like some juicy stuff. We need to. We gotta walk all the way through from when you purchased the truck. Your insurance. We want to talk about your insurance and just getting the whole process set up.
all right.
We
So
got we got some time. We got some time.
all right, yeah. So the insurance, we could start there. Progressive. Um, my credit was excellent. Um, my driving record was excellent. Um, Shopped a few brokers. Ended up with one that was real nice, and yeah, my insurance when we first started, insurance was dirt cheap. I think it was like 11 to 12,000 a year, one truck.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh well, you got a oh 07. You got a oh 07. So that's with the general liability, the
Yes.
commercial auto, and the commercial cargo. Now let me ask you this: were both of you guys listed on the policy, or was it just you?
Initially, just me.
That's why. Because with him, you said that guy being 21 probably at that time, it should be
Yeah. Yeah.
almost double that.
So
Because when you got the insurance, you in your 50s now, right?
I'm 57, brother.
So you was like 55 or 56 then when you got that. So 55, I'm assuming you got a clean MVR.
Yes.
All right. So
Squeaky,
you,
squeaky
you
clean.
got you got the insurance with just you listed on the driver. You filed for your authority, your MC number, you got your DOT, BOC3, UCR, you got everything.
Everything.
You get active now on the FMCSA website. Uh, then what?
We linked up with a dispatcher,
Okay.
which which was good. She was charging 20% at the time, but I'm a realistic type of person. I told him either she crazy or she good at what she does, and
You
she
said twenty
proved to me.
percent, right?
Yeah,
Now let me ask you this before you go on with the story. When she told you 20%, you signed up with her or you walked away?
nah, we signed up.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. We got some time. We'll get to it. So did you realize that 20% was extremely high or
Oh,
you
absolutely,
did
absolutely, absolutely. I was because everybody else was 8, 10, and 12.
so okay, so if you knew 20% was extremely high, why did you do it?
So I had a gut feeling, young black girl, that she could come through. And talking to her on the phone, the way she laid stuff out, the way she talked to me, I was like, yeah, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. So I was like, let's do it. Because I knew it was only going to be temporary. Because I knew once our authority aged, we won't need her anymore.
So let me ask you this. So you decided to go with her based on the fact of a conversation. She was young, black, and she sounded like she knew what she was talking about. I don't know if she ended up working out for you or not. I'm
Well,
just, I'm just, I'm just. I don't want to get to that part. I'm just saying that's basically what you just told me. What made you?
yeah,
Because I said, why'd you go with? You said she was young. She was a
listen,
black woman. She sounded like she knew what she was talking about.
I needed the truck on the road, man, and she sounded a lot better than them Indian and all them other foreign people that used to call us and try to get us to sign on with them. So,
You
like,
didn't
I
come
went.
across no young people for 10%
Uh,
or
everybody,
7 or 8%.
listen. Like I said, I took a gamble, and it was a gamble. Either she's good at what she does, or she's crazy. But she
Mhm.
proved to me that she was good with what she did.
Okay. All right, so boom, you signed up well for 20%, which is a lot. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. So, all right, talk about it. She signed up with her, and I'm assuming she got your truck moving, right?
Yeah,
20%,
yeah,
right?
yeah. She got our truck moving right away.
Now, what
We
month
hired.
was this? What month was this?
So this was in June, late
So
June.
late
June,
June
July.
23,
Yeah,
July
23.
2023. So
Yeah.
last year, not too long ago, about 7 8 months ago, about 8 months ago.
I
So
would
you
say,
8 months in.
you know what? I would say what I did was, um it took us a little while. So we were on the road by July, because I remember I was in Europe at the time, and our first load I was on a cruise. So I
Mhm.
remember that. So it was sometime in July she got us on the road, like, relatively quick.
Right. Okay. All right. So y'all was on the road. Let's talk about it.
Well, so this is where it gets funny at. So this I'm gonna be honest, I knew nothing about trucks. Angel, he's a mechanic. He went to his dad, so he know a little bit about trucks. So I used to leave that on him, which was kind of like my mistake.
Leave
So
what on him? Leave what on him?
like making sure he knew fuel tanks, just how to run a truck, how to make sure that we keep rolling, because he used to change my brakes in my driveway, so I know he had a little bit of a mechanical aptitude
So
with
so
his
you knew
vehicle.
he was mechanically inclined, but
Yes.
who had the business acumen? That's what I'm getting to.
So both of us did. Both of us did. But my background, I ran supermarkets for many years, which don't translate into running a trucking business. He has a associate in finance, and he has a little bit of like selling stuff on Amazon. He had a T-shirt business, so he had like little 3 or 4 little businesses that he was hustling at the time as well.
Okay. So boom, y'all get the truck rolling. Let's say beginning of July. Take me through your first load. Put me. I wanna understand what your first load, the first experience you had out on the road. Well, who was driving the truck? Was this a OTR thing? Was this
Yeah,
local
it was OTR.
OTR? All right,
Yeah, it
so
was.
walk me through the process of the first load. She calls you. She says, "I got a load going from here to let's talk about it."
Yeah, we got a load. I forget where it was going, but she got us a load. I think it was one pickup. Boom. My
Out of
driver
where?
gets out of Jersey. I think we picked up in Jersey.
But you don't remember where you took it to.
No, I don't remember where we took it to. I would have to look at all these BOLs. But to
Okay.
make a long story short, I get a phone call. I'll never forget this. I'm sitting in the living room with my wife. I'm happy. Truck is moving. George, the truck broke down.
Oh, so he was driving the truck. The truck broke down. Do you remember where the truck broke down at? What state?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania.
All right, so Pennsylvania. So this truck was headed west. All right. Do you know if it was coming to the Midwest? Do you remember it was coming somewhere in the
It
Midwest?
probably was because yeah,
All right.
it probably was going to the Midwest. Yeah.
All
So
right. So let me ask you this: had because you said initially you didn't add him to the insurance. By this time, had you added him to the insurance yet, or no?
oh yeah, so yeah, we every time I knew somebody, I added the person that was driving the truck. Yes, I added him to
So he was
insurance.
added. So when you added him, how much did the insurance go up?
Yeah, it went up considerably. It did. It went up, but I still thought it was manageable. It still
Was
went
it
up
over
considerably.
two?
Yeah, probably
It was
like
over
probably
2,000.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. But
Well, you
I
still
still
you
thought
you still paying that then, right?
yeah.
What are you paying now? Just so I can have an
Um,
idea. Yeah, for
back
insurance.
down back down to 2 grand.
You paying 2 grand a month right now.
Yeah,
All right. So he calls you. He says, George, the truck broke down. This is the first load,
first
right?
load.
All right. So boom, you sitting on the wife with you sitting on the couch. I said sitting on your wife, sitting on the wife, sitting on the couch with your wife, right? Let's talk about it.
Yo, so wasn't nothing wrong with the truck. We
Mm-hmm.
weren't putting enough gas in those 50-gallon tanks, man.
It ran
We
out of
never
gas.
we never filled it up. So I'm thinking something the matter with the engine, the transmission. Nah,
So
we yeah, ran out of gas.
So,
Ran out of
hey,
gas.
y'all, hit that like button. We got 90 people in here, only 38 likes. Please hit the like button, please, so we can continue to do these types of shows. So, all right. So you watched the show, right? You
Yeah.
watched the show. I gave you the disclaimer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know how you. All right. So how you run out of gas, fam?
Listen, man.
You wasn't on the
Being
truck. You wasn't on the truck. How he
no,
run out of gas?
being cheap. Being cheap.
No, no, no,
Being
no, no,
cheap.
no. You missing the point. How you run out of gas?
Because I didn't have, and I'm being honest, we didn't have a fuel card. We didn't have a fuel card.
No, he wasn't paying attention to the gas hand.
So come to find out, that float wasn't
Was
working
broke.
properly. We didn't know that.
So
That float,
what was the float stuck on?
half a tank. So the problem was those two tanks, they weren't working properly. They weren't the I forget what they call it, but the tanks weren't working properly. So when you filled it up, you never knew when it was empty.
So the seller didn't tell you that y'all didn't do like when y'all bought this truck, y'all didn't get inspected or anything.
So no,
All
price
right.
was so
So
cheap. Price was so cheap. I was like, whatever needs to be done, I got a little bit of money because if you buy something used, you know you're gonna have to put
right,
money into
right,
it anyway.
right. That's what I'm asking you. So since it was so cheap when you bought it, the next stop should have been at the shop. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
So
saying.
the engine was solid, the transmission was solid, all of those components, but that float thing,
So
that was a L.
so basically, you bought this truck from somebody on Facebook Marketplace, and you just put it straight on the road.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So boom. All right. So you had a driver out on the road, and I'm assuming this is the young guy that you say your partner is your partner,
No,
right?
we hired another guy. Another guy. We gave him an opportunity. He needed a job, so we put him in a truck.
Okay. How old was this guy?
He was in his 20s. He was a that's why the insurance went up.
All right. So you put this guy in the truck. Truck ran out of gas, so clearly he didn't get the signs that the truck was running on fumes. He didn't get the
Yeah,
signs, or he probably did get the signs, but he didn't know.
yeah.
You
He was
hadn't
scared.
had you
He
had
panicked.
all right. All right, so the truck is broke. It's on the side of the road or in the middle of the road or wherever it's at in Pennsylvania somewhere. Probably on what highway? What highway was he on?
I can't even remember.
All right.
It's probably it wasn't. So with the iPhone, you pull up the location, boom, you know where he's
Oh,
at. You know.
is I see somebody Angel Hernandez. Is this the
Yeah,
guy we was talking about?
that's my partner.
All right. Well, he didn't want to. See, I appreciate the super chat. But remember,
Yeah, yeah. It's all
I
good.
yeah, you got to hold on for a second because that's why I said it would have had to be at the beginning. But all right. So boom, you sitting on the couch, the truck broke. You thinking it's broke down. You not knowing it's ran out of gas. So what do?
Find his location. Call a tow truck, and they take it to what are those big places where they
A
do the
travel,
repairs.
yeah, a
Yeah,
travel center. All right. So boom, how much did that cost?
yeah. That was.
It was over 1,000. So
Yeah,
let's
it
talk
was a
about
credit.
it.
It was a credit card. Yeah, it was over. It was over 1,000. But I didn't know. And you always talk about the business acumen. I could have just called Progressive and got the roadside service.
Oh, so you have roadside service with your policy?
I do.
All right, so you pay for that. They told it. Um, they got it to the travel center, a TA or a pilot or a love. Right. It probably sat there right for a day or half a day or whatever till they looked at it right,
Yeah.
and then you got the call and said there's no fuel in the tanks because you got two tanks on that truck, right? That's
Yeah. Two tanks.
all right.
Now
So
they weren't that transparent. They was telling us all type of stuff, man. Like they were telling us that it's the fuel transfer. It was this, it was that. But
But these
ultimately,
all things were issues with the truck though, but that wasn't the issue that caused the vehicle to stop on the highway,
no,
right?
no. It's just we just didn't have enough gas in the fuel tank. That's all. It's
All right.
that.
So when did that? When did that? When was that realized? Was it a day later? That same day? 2 days later?
It took a while for me to figure it out because every
No,
time.
I'm saying they was figuring it out, right?
Yeah,
Just at the
yeah,
shop. So when did they
yeah.
figure it out? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't really think they ever figured it out because what they did was they just got it started, right? Whatever they did with lighter fluid or whatever they used to get it started, we put gas in it, we were good to go. But the problem was with the float. We needed to get that float fixed because we never knew what was the true.
I'm gonna add this card, man, because Buddy in the chat, he tweaking. I'm gonna add him, man. But hold on. Send him the link. He gonna have to be cool too, because I seen my moderator. hey, man, hey man, they already on him. I'm like, what is going on in the chat? Hey man, he got to be cool too, man. I could tell he a little he one of them excited ones, ain't he? You gotta be cool. I'm telling him they gonna get him. I'm going through the chat now. They waiting. They've been waiting on this. They've been waiting. This been about 2-3 months. The chat is hungry. You sent him the link?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you sent it to him?
Yeah, I've been sent it to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been sent him the link.
Let me all right, well we'll just keep going until he tap in, because I don't wanna because I'm just going through the chat now. I'm like, man, why I keep seeing the same orange A keep popping up? So I look over. All right, so boom, you said they got the truck started,
Yeah,
right? Okay,
always,
so they got
always.
they got the truck started. They called you. No, but before that, the truck broke down. They told him, so he's with the truck, right? He's with
Yeah,
the truck. All right, so boom. So you don't remember how long the process was from when the truck got to the travel center to when they got it started?
yeah. It was relatively quick, like maybe a day, because you know how
So
sometimes they say the
I know,
mechanic.
but the reason why I'm asking you is because I want to because see, you got people that are out there that watch the channel that are looking, and this is great information because these are things that they may be faced with when they come in. Not everybody that watches are in. You got people that are looking to get in. So while that truck was in the shop, did you put them in a hotel room?
Yes,
All right, so you
yes,
put them in a hotel room. All
yeah.
right.
We took it with them.
So
Yes,
so now they're contacting you, right? They call you, they tell you, all right, we got the truck started. They tell you a bunch of things that's wrong with it. Then they what? Go ahead.
if I'm not mistaken, we 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 actually we actually had the car towed back to New Jersey.
Whoa.
Yeah,
So when they called you and told you they got it started, told you a bunch of stuff that was wrong with it, y'all hired a private tow truck company to tow it from somewhere in Pennsylvania that you don't remember back to New
yeah,
Jersey?
yeah. Because
How
I didn't
how
want to take, I didn't want to take any chances.
so how did the driver get back?
We went and got him.
What, you and your wife?
Nah, me and my partner, we went and got him.
Y'all drove
Yeah,
to all right, hold, let me bring him up, man, because he isn't listen, man, he gotta calm down, man. He gotta calm down. Look, I'm putting the link, man. Just click the link. Click the link. It's not invalid because we up here. We up here. This is an interesting story. And this is your first load, right?
First load, brother.
All right, we waiting on him to hit the link because man, he's something else in this chat, man. Hey man. Hey, man.
I'm gonna tell him to hit the link. I'm gonna call him.
I wait on him. Yeah, tell me to hit the link.
George,
Hit the link.
I got it. Bro, this guy's making it look so bad,
Hit the link.
Uh-oh. How am I making y'all look bad? It's y'all story. Oh, bring his ass up here. I'm making y'all look bad? Man, hey, man, hit the link, man. How am I making y'all look bad? It's your story. This is your story. This ain't my story. I'm just asking you, what did you do?
Look, I'm good with this
guy,
man.
Yeah, bring his ass up here.
I know how this go.
Yeah. Let's get him up here. Let's get him up here. How am I making y'all look bad? I didn't run out of gas. This is crazy, bro. Did you? Hey, let me go get me another. Oh man, let me go get me another bottle of water. I'm making y'all look bad. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's do this real quick. Let me see something. Hold on. Let's do this. Hold on. We're gonna put him in. We're gonna assign him to 2. We're gonna put y'all over here. No, we're gonna put me over here. I'm gonna put me right there.
You guys here now? What's up, guys? How you doing? Woo! Waiting to get on this call.
Yo, you on?
Yeah. What's up, man? How am I making you look bad? How am I making you look bad? Yo.
No.
First of all, my name is Mark. What's your name?
My name is Angel. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. So how am I making you look bad? Because all I'm doing is asking questions. He's telling the story.
No, nobody's making nobody look bad. It's just we both have to be on here because George now runs it.
I get that. But you said this guy's making us look bad. I'm this guy. So how am I making y'all look bad?
I got people DMing me. I got people sending me messages. I'm like, what's going on? I had to hop on here.
I hear you. I hear you, but that ain't answering the question. How am I making y'all look bad? The only thing I'm asking him is questions. I ain't telling the story.
You're right. So,
yeah.
You're right. My fault.
All right.
You're right.
So how? All right. So look, I'm gonna control the flow of the show. All right. I don't want people talking over each other because I've never did a testimonials where I had 2 people. So we gotta maintain. So I'll direct who to answer the question to, and then we'll give the other person a chance if they have a difference of how the story went, or if you forget something and he remembers something, and then we'll go from there. So right now, George, you left off where the truck broke down. They called you, they got it started, they told you a bunch of stuff. How much was it? How much was the repair?
Angel, you remember the first breakdown?
Can I restart the story?
Yeah.
All right. For the record, everybody in the comments, everybody that's watching, me and George right now are partners. We both work together equally. But when we first started, I started my own company with my dad. Didn't work out. I'm young, he's old. That wasn't going anywhere. Perfect. I hit him up like June 2023. Hit him up. Say, George, I had started a company before. I know how it works. Know how to set everything up. Know how to dispatch. Let's get it rolling. He said, perfect. I told him, I don't have the capital for the, but I brains and the mind behind it. He said, okay, came through. Went on Facebook the next day. I found the truck. I went to look at it. Everything was cool. The tires, popped the cab over, checked the engine, checked everything. Did the inspection, everything was working. I told George. George came with me. We offered the guy some loot. He said, okay. We purchased the truck. After we bought the truck, we took it to a spot in Springfield, New Jersey. The guy looked over the truck. Everything was perfectly fine. We did an inspection for the truck. We paid additional money to get it inspected just so we can go over the road. Everything was cool. Everything passed.
So y'all did get it inspected.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
did.
Yes, we did.
So I guess that's where you think I was making you look bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly.
But I didn't. I just asked the question. He answered it. I don't know. I wasn't there.
I run operations and stuff like that. And George he was based off of what I was telling him, so he must have forgotten or whatever. But that's fine. We got the inspection done. I had two drivers on deck, ready to work with CDLs and everything. So the plan was two people driving, me and George running the business. That's how it went.
So
Right?
let me ask you this. That T was a 6500 or T 7500?
75.
All right. Was that a less than 26,000 pounds or was that a 33?
25,950.
All right. All right. So the truck broke down in Pennsylvania. You got it. Well, I was asking you, do you remember how much the repair was?
It was a couple. It was like I want to say what $1,000. Initially, George. This is the craziest part. George was on vacation. My driver Raul at the time called me. He's like, "Listen, I broke down. Mind you, we had a load in the truck, right? With one of these Indian dispatchers that we had started with, because that was before we got with the great dispatcher that we don't work with no more, Ty. I'll get into why she charges 20% and all of that, because she was also hitting me up. Because people in the comments were like, "Oh, that's crazy, that's crazy." But let me just go back to the story.
All right, let me give you because clearly you must don't watch.
No, I don't.
Okay, so accountability is a real big thing on this channel. So if you can't take it, then it's probably not the channel. You know
I
what I'm
can't.
saying? All right, as long as you can take it, you know what I'm saying, then it's okay. But if you can't, and this ain't Instagram. This ain't the fluff. Like everything is standing on business over here.
Nah,
So
we standing on business.
all right, we got the disclaimer out there. All right, so the truck got towed. Do you remember how much the tow back to New Jersey was?
Can I go back to the first spot we got towed from? Because George,
Go ahead.
he story. So
But you gotta sit still, bro, because you keep going back and it's making like we hear you 1 second, we don't hear you. You gotta sit still, be cool. It's all good, man. I could tell you. How old are you, bro? How old are you?
I'm
20
23 years
what?
old. I turned 23
All right.
in
All right.
Valentine's
You got
this week.
all right. Happy birthday. My birthday is in February too. All right, calm down though. Calm down. We're gonna get there. I know you excited. We're
I
gonna
am.
get we gonna get there. You just gotta be cool. Just chill. We got time, man. I ain't going nowhere. Be cool.
I'm just trying to get the story straight. That's all. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but because you so excited, it's making you not sitting still. So we hear you, we don't hear you. Just because this is what I told him. I said, listen, if somebody want to come on, they got to be here when the show starts.
Mm-hmm.
And before the show start, because I need to make sure the lighting is right, the mic is right, because I run there's a professional stuff going on over here. So, but all right, you set up. I'm gonna give you a second to get together. You straight?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready.
All right. Now, all right, you got it. Now, what were you saying?
So I put Raul, our original driver, on the truck. Over the road experience, everything. Okay. He went to go pick up a load in New Jersey. He was delivering to PA. Got to PA. Ran out of gas. At a fuel station, mind you. We were at a fuel station. So, he pumped it, wasn't turning on. I don't know if you guys know or the people in the community, but once the diesel truck runs out of fuel, I believe you gotta like restart it or something with like spray. I don't really know the
Starter
terminology.
fluid.
Yeah. You have to just reignite the system. So even though there was fuel inside the truck now, it wasn't turning over. So thank God we were at one of them little like islands or whatever. Like I believe it was like Loves. There was a mechanic shop like a walking distance away. The guy came. He charged me $400 to tow it from the gas island to his little lot across the street. Then he just reignited the system, pumped more fuel in it. Truck turned on. We delivered the load successfully, and that was that. But
This is the
during this
same
time,
story.
this is the same story. Yep, this is the
Well,
same
So,
story.
then your story and his story, two different stories.
so there's
This
so
is
much.
what George is trying to tell you.
I'm not gonna lie. There's so much going on. I forgot a lot. So if, that sounds more accurate. What happened?
Listen. I want the real story, man. So which one is the real story? Because these two stories is too far off.
You know, his story is a little bit more accurate.
Like I said, I
Because
ran
here's
all.
the thing. Here, let me keep it a buck with you. I want the real story because the whole purpose of this is for people to learn from people's wins and from their losses. Your mistakes somebody can win from. I don't want you to come up here and fluff your stories to
Nah,
make it
there's
seem
no
like
fluff.
because and I'm keeping it a buck with you because the reason why I do this is so people can learn. Your mistakes, people learn from. This ain't for I don't want to look bad. You everybody looks bad when they start a business. It's just raising an eyebrow to me because you're telling me one thing that's way off. You're telling me the truck got towed. You was $1,000. He telling me the truck broke down at a gas station.
What I'm trying to tell you is we got told like 4 different times.
No, but this story is from the first load. He said y'all broke down the first load.
The one I just told you is the most accurate one. The first load we did, we had to get told, and that's what I told you. That's the first one that just happened now. The one that George told you, that was a completely different situation, which is crazy to believe. But yes, we're the people who got told 4 different times, knowing what the problem was. So
On the same load or
different loads, different loads. But let me just continue. We delivered it. He came back to New Jersey. At the time, we had to get it fixed. We knew there was something wrong with the fuel system, but we wanted the money. And the driver said, I want to go over the road. Let's go over the road. Even though we knew the fuel system was bad. And that's why I told George, we got to get on this call to tell people not to make the same mistakes that we did, which was we were too greedy to fix our own mistakes. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So, boom. We knew the fuel system was bad. We kept putting $100 in one tank, $100 in the other tank. We saw the little line go to full. Perfect. Let's go get this money. And George
so
knows
so the so the float was working or it wasn't working?
it
Because
wasn't working. It wasn't working. The float was bad. The line was bad. Everything was bad. But let me just continue. Okay. First toll, I paid it out of my pocket. George is on a cruise. I'm calling him crazy. George, the truck stopped. The truck stopped. No answer. Had to do what I had to do. Paid that payment. Boom. He comes back to Jersey, like I said. We took the truck to the repair shop to see what was going on, because at that time we didn't know that the fuel system was bad. They tell us the fuel system is bad. They tell us some ridiculous price because we took it to a GMC issued dealer, which I learned afterwards is a mistake. You can't take a used truck to a authorized dealer because they're gonna rip you. That's what we did. We saw the high number. We said, "Damn, I ain't paying that. Let's just keep running how it's running, but let's make sure we have fuel in the truck." Okay, so we're good on that part, right?
I hear you. I mean,
Okay.
normally I would stop you and hold you accountable, but
Mhm.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
let you rock out.
we
Rock out.
let's learn.
Go
We
ahead. But listen. I'm gonna hold you accountable.
yeah. And the comments gonna rip me for
Matter of
this one.
fact, let me give you the disclaimer because I gave it to you. You ain't never seen the show, but I'm
Nope.
gonna hold you accountable.
I know the comments gonna come crazy. It's
No,
cool.
I'm gonna hold you accountable.
That's cool.
Forget the
Yeah,
comments. All right. So
yeah.
you went to you. Matter of fact, let me hold you accountable now
Go
because
crazy, man.
you something else. So you took it to GMC
Mm-hmm.
and they gave you an estimate, and you said
Mm-hmm.
hell no.
Me and George said hell no. Yep.
Okay, businessman, right?
Yep.
So called.
Businessman. So okay, so check this out. So what was the estimate they gave you, and what was the repairs that was needed? This is very instrumental. So what were the repairs that were needed?
Bet. They said we needed tires for the front. They said we needed brakes. They said we needed to change the fuel line, the float. Um, the line that the fuel sending unit was bad. The float
Mm-hmm.
was, and the little gauge inside the truck was bad. That was
All right, so
like,
all right, so stop. You said tires and brakes; those are the first two things.
we
Y'all
got
said
those.
skip. Y'all didn't get it fixed there, but you didn't get it
It's
fixed
late.
there though. Hold on,
We
you didn't
got
get it
done.
fixed. You didn't get it fixed there because you said, "Hell no, we just finna run the truck. We put some gas in it, we ran it." So that means y'all ran it again before you got it fixed. Now let me ask you this: was you or George running the truck?
Yeah, I drove it sometimes.
So the first load you ran when you pulled it out of GMC without getting it fixed, who drove that truck the next load?
Me.
So you was willing to put yourself in that type of danger. I just wanted to make sure you didn't put nobody else in danger,
Nah.
knowing
I
what they
would.
told you. So you was willing to take that risk. All right then. That's all good.
I did. I
So
took that money, and then I went and got my brakes done. I got tires done. But the only thing that I didn't fix, and George knows, because he was with me, was that fuel system. And guess what? This is gonna be another shocker. I seen in the comments they said that you can't go over the road with that truck. George, let them know where we went.
hold on. Listen, stop. Let me run this show, man. After you took this show, forget the comments. After y'all left GMC and you didn't get the truck fixed, what was the next thing you did with the truck? Did you put it on the road or did you take it somewhere else? And be honest.
We put it on the road.
Okay, so you put it on the road. What was the estimate they gave you to fix all that stuff?
8,000.
All right, what was y'all working capital looking like at that time?
15.
15,000
Mm-hmm.
in working capital. So let me ask you this: why didn't you get the repairs done while the truck was at the dealership?
Because other people was telling me that I could have gone somewhere else for cheaper, which is
All right.
true.
So y'all ran the truck again. The next load you ran, this would be the second load you ran because you took the truck to the dealership after it got back from that first load, right?
Yep.
All right. So now when you ran this second load, where was this load coming from? What was the load? Was it one pick, one drop? Where was it going to?
So I picked up in New Jersey and I took it to Connecticut.
Okay. Was it
And then,
one pick, one drop?
yeah, one pick, one drop.
Do you remember what it paid?
It was over like $2.50 a mile.
And this was the brokered load, right?
Yeah,
Was this from the Patels or was this from the 20% the 20% diva
it was from the Patels.
from the Patels? All right. So you ran that load up to Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Then what?
I took it to a shop in Elizabeth,
Okay.
and
And
I used that money
mhm.
to get, like I said, the tires and the brakes, and some suspension components because it was running a little rough. But and we did another oil change and we did a transmission service, and that was that. But the fuel system was the only thing that we had not fixed.
All right. So how much was the repairs?
Um, like $900 for everything:
Because you just got tires and brakes.
tires, brakes,
Wait, wait,
oil
wait,
change,
wait, 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 wait.
brand service.
Whoa. Where did you take this? Wait. How many tires did you get?
Two,
How many tires did you need?
two.
And you got brakes done all the way around
Yeah,
for a 26 footer?
24-footer.
And everything was $900, including
Yeah,
the two brand new tires. Were they brand new tires?
yeah, they're Linglings, brand new Ling.
Linglings.
Yeah, the Asia, Chinese.
Where's this? What's the name of this shop?
Ray's Truck Repair, Elizabeth, New Jersey. Tell them Angel sent you. We'll get you a discount.
I'm in Chicago, bro.
Oh,
But
that's why.
900, yeah, yeah. $900 is, it's almost some, you got brakes all the way around
Yeah, and rotors.
and rotors.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. In New Jersey?
Yeah.
All right. All right,
So we
so
got those repairs done. Then I seen a YouTube video on how to dispatch. So me and George found this little nice load, and it was paying $5,000 to go to California. So you
Hey, man.
gonna laugh? I told you.
From where
You
to
gonna
California? From where
New
again? New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
How much was it paying?
5,000.
One pick, one drop.
It was two. It was one pick and two drops. One drop in Vegas and one in California for 5,000.
You thought that was good, didn't you?
I thought it was great. I'm not even gonna lie to you. and I
Let's
and
talk
I
about it.
myself, so nobody
So
was
you
taking no.
wait. And you knew the truck needed repair, so you was willing to run from one end of the country to the other end of the country, knowing that this truck needed repairs.
The only repair I needed at that time after we did the what I just told you for 900 was the fuel.
I think that's okay. So talk. Let's get into this story because I feel like this gonna be a
I
good
told
story. So let's get into it.
you. So he went
So
to our driver Raul.
mhm.
George knows him. At the time, he was the greatest one we ever had. He drove to California, slept in the truck, no complaints.
Put him in a hotel when we
Yep,
needed to.
yep. In
I
the
was
middle,
surprised that
and
truck
they,
made it all the way. It made it all the way to Las Vegas and California.
hmm
I just but before we go, bro, I just that brake thing. I just listen. I've put a lot of brakes on a lot of trucks over the years,
and they're still in that truck right now. Perfect.
but they pressed. Listen, the back brakes are drums. They pressed them on and did all that shit for $900.
Did George say my dad owns a mechanic shop in Newark?
But you didn't go to your dad, did you?
No, but when you're in business for 35 years, you know people. So let's just say that we knew people and we got that family discount.
All right,
So
all right. So y'all got Raul. Y'all finna run him from
New
from
Jersey,
New Jersey to
California.
California for
Yes, sir.
$5. All right,
Yes, sir.
let's talk about it.
So he went there and you know, made his money. He ain't complained. He loved it. He took pictures of everything. And we felt that the truck was ready to roll. And he came back. But let me just tell you, the
Well,
one mistake.
hold on. We got slow it down. So he ran from New Jersey, dropped off in Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
dropped off in California,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
5,000. What did George get paid on this? I mean, not George. Raul. What y'all
What
pay
was
him?
he paying? Like 18, George?
He was getting paid 150 every day.
Nah,
That's
nah.
it.
Over the road was 180. 180 over the road. But we gave him some extra money just to be happy. But we were
And he
paying
was
him one
and he was driving 11 hours a day.
10 hours.
Where y'all found Raul at?
He's a beast.
Another family plug right there, man.
All right, so Raul driving for $180
A day. Yep.
a day, and it took him
Plus
how many days? Took him how many days? About 5.
he got there. He left Monday. He got there.
When
What,
did he get to
Thursday?
Vegas? He got to
Thursday.
Vegas Thursday,
Thursday. Yeah.
and then he got to L.A. or whatever part of California the next day, right? Was he sleeping on the truck, or were y'all putting him in hotels the whole way?
Half he was sleeping in the truck. Half he was sleeping in hotels.
All right, so y'all pay him. So let's say it took him. So he's riding for 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
How much was that trip in fuel?
It was a ridiculous amount. I mean, it was a ridiculous amount.
Let
and
me
and
ask you
that
this:
had
Did
mentioned
y'all
the
know
truck.
Did y'all know what y'all cost per mile was at that point?
Yes, we did.
What was your cost per mile?
At that point,
Mm-hmm.
because the insurance is so low, it was like at $1,300 with Raul and George in the policy.
What was the
Well,
insurance at that point?
the 1,300.
How old was Raul?
Raul's 48.
And he had a CDL too.
All right. So Raul got paid about $900 that week.
No, he didn't. He got paid $1,800 that week. That's why I said we gave him 180 plus a little more, just to how so he could be happy.
So y'all gave him an additional, because 180 times 5 is 900. So y'all gave him an extra 900
Just to help him out.
to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You sleeping in that damn truck, sweating, not showering at love stops. We gave him money. He's happy.
So, all right, well, that ain't none of my business. But wouldn't y'all would have just came out cheaper just putting them in a hotel?
Yeah,
So why didn't y'all just do that?
because at the time we ain't really
Didn't know?
we ain't
All
think
right.
about it.
Hey, listen, I'm just asking questions, man.
I know.
So check it out. Check it out. He gets to LA. Then what?
Just found more loads.
How long did he sit there before y'all found loads for him to come back? Or
A
did he
day.
come back empty?
Nope.
So he sat there for a day. You put him in a hotel?
Yeah.
So this is day 6 on top of the 1,800 that you gave him.
That 1,800 was from Monday to Friday.
All right, so boom. Y'all took a loss on that, didn't y'all?
Yeah.
We did.
So why did you give him an additional 900 if he already agreed to 180 a day?
Because he was gonna stay out there for another 2 weeks.
So why y'all
It was
just?
a Monday through Friday. Come back on Monday. He stayed out there Monday through
I,
Friday,
I hear
and then
you. I'm just trying to get some understanding. I just need to understand. So when he got that Friday, he dropped the load. He sat out there for a week.
he sat out there for 2 days to rest in a hotel.
2 days. Y'all paid for the hotels.
Yeah, we did.
Did y'all give him a per diem? You know what a per diem is?
Yeah, he ate.
Did you give him a per diem?
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't even really a per
Well, you
diem.
said yeah. You said yeah. He said no.
So the problem is
So he didn't get a per diem.
So when you say per diem, we didn't give him like $20 a day. This guy, like I say, just for the fact that he was hustling.
It's for context because I want
Yeah.
to. This
We
is
didn't
your
get
test.
him, we didn't get him per diem, but he ate very well. Like he
All right,
whatever he needed,
so
Angel would cash app him.
y'all cashed after. So he didn't have to come out of his pockets for food
No,
while he was in L.A.
no,
But
he didn't have to come out.
while he was on the road, he paid out of his pocket for food.
Yeah.
All right. So he sat in L.A. or California, wherever he was at in California for 2 days. Y'all found a load from, I'm assuming, Monday or Sunday or to come out to pick up Monday, or how did it work?
It was just pick up Monday, and so we had learned that Vegas was a really bad area to be in. There was no work out of Vegas, and we didn't really want to stay in California because of the traffic. So if I'm not mistaken, I can't even. I'm on my phone, so I can't even.
So was California the first stop, or was Vegas the first stop?
It was
Where did he rest for 2 days?
and so like I said, we didn't want him to stay in Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
so he drove from California to. Where did he go after California, George? Because it wasn't Vegas.
Then you said you sent him to an area. It was an area that was real dead. He had a problem getting something from out of there. Was it Wisconsin? Something like where did you send him?
Because he slept in the hotel in California for 2 days. Then I found a load that I didn't know at the time was really bad. It was a partial. It was two partials. I think they were paying like
Is this
300.
our dispatcher in the chat?
Is what is she saying? Because I can't look at the
Ty
comments right.
Ty the goddess.
Yeah, she was one
This
of
is
them.
dispatcher.
That's
She
the
said
goat. That's
she
Miss Quavo.
said I've been in transportation since 2018. I'm true, not new. I stand on business. Never
Yeah,
done bad business. Who is she
she's the
who
best.
is she responding? Who is she talking to?
I don't know, but she's the best. I refer everybody to her. She's the best. 20%. Another thing before I keep going. The
We
only
might have
reason
to
why.
drop the link. I don't know if she's talking to me or somebody in the chat. All I'm doing is asking questions, man.
No, I get it, but all I want to clarify with everybody is.
Hey, listen, I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, you're
Somebody
not getting.
DM me and said, "Hey,
Yeah, we know, we
I
know.
want to do my testimony. I want to be on an episode." I said, "All right, fine."
Of course, yeah,
I
we know.
said, you watched the show. Said, Mark, I've learned a lot from you.
Yeah, of
I said,
course.
all right, you know how the show go, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. So why is it?
No, but let me just clarify. The
Because
twenty
I've been
percent.
in the business since 2010.
Yeah, of course. I
I'm
think she's talking
retired already.
not you. She's probably
Okay,
talking to that.
I just
Yeah, because
all
everybody's
right.
coming crazy to 20%.
But see, this is you gotta understand. You gotta understand. This is a trucking community. This
Yeah, of
ain't
course.
this ain't Instagram with all the you
Listen,
on
at the end,
YouTube now. All right.
everybody talk whatever they want to talk, man. It don't matter. It
So
don't
you
matter.
gotta let it, you gotta let that you gotta let the chat be the chat. I need to get the context of the story, right? I
Yeah,
want the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's gonna be
and I'm a
sometimes I hold you accountable, but I can do that. I'm an OG.
yes, sir.
You
Yes,
see
you
what
are.
I'm
We, of
saying?
course.
And there has to be some level of a small smidget. I'm not even making it entertaining because the story is entertaining enough, all right?
We know.
But
We know.
you got to understand that you got people out here that are in a semi, like it ain't just box truckers, these semi truckers too.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Yeah.
trucking. It's rough. It's a rough audience.
Yeah, them dudes. I
They
give
will
them all the
hold you account. They will hold you accountable.
as they should, of
So
course. I'm
so
only
so you so you understand this, right?
I
All
get it.
right.
I ain't got a problem with them. But let
All
me
right.
just clarify. The
Okay.
20 that she charges, if like George told you, we were new. Our authority was new. Ain't nobody want to work with us. Y'all ain't got no inspections. Y'all authority's only a month old. Blah 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 blah. From the grace of God, I found the best dispatcher we ever worked with. Ty the goddess. Hey, she better send me some money for this
Yeah,
advertisement over here.
let's shout out. Ty the Goddess in the building.
Oh,
I just wanted to know who she was talking to. She
okay,
said she
but
was
let me.
talking to people in the chat. You got it.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Shameless
Yeah,
plug. Go
now,
ahead.
like,
Take care
like
of your
like I
business.
said initially, like I said, she worked her magic, and that's why we ran with her.
We gonna get
oh,
to her in a minute. We're gonna get to her in a
good.
minute. We gonna drop the link for Ty. We're
Yeah,
gonna
she
drop
better
the link for it. Let me
go
hey,
off, go
it's
off, sis. Go
hey.
off.
All right. So let's finish this story because I want to get to it, man. It sounds like this is gonna be a great story. It's already just so entertaining.
Yeah, clarify real quick
So
before we. So she charges 20% because we leased onto her authority. Our name on the truck said, what is it, TK Logistics, I believe, which is her company. Listen, she got like six different. You know what I mean? Everything.
whoa. So
Mm-hmm.
y'all leased on to a dispatcher?
She has a dispatching company and also like she has a lease on company. When she
Okay,
gets
okay,
off
I stop. Did y'all lease on to her?
to her company, yes,
Now, when we first started this, you said y'all got y'all own authority. So do y'all have y'all own authority or did y'all lease on?
that's what
Because
I'm
the
trying to
story
say.
is conflicting.
Exactly.
That's why I'm getting upset.
Yeah, that's why I came out to clarify it. We have
All
our
right.
own authority. Nobody was giving us work. So we said, okay, why our authority ages, we pay the insurance. Let's get this money with working with her under
All
her
right.
So,
authority.
so Mark, remember, I said we started the business in June, so our authority wasn't aged at all.
That's fine. So what was the additional lease on percentage on top of the 20?
It was just 20. That's what it was.
So
The
so that's why the
it
20. So let me ask you this. If y'all wasn't leased on to her, it would have been less, right?
would have been 10. Yeah, it would have been 10.
Okay. Well then see, that's why this is why I have to stop and ask questions for
Of course.
context.
Yeah. And that's why I came in because George is confusing everybody, respectfully. You know what I mean? I had to help him out.
All right,
No tax.
so we're gonna talk about her a little later. We're gonna get to her a little Ty, stick around for a second.
Please, Ty.
Ty,
You
stick around for a second. We gonna bring her up here. We're gonna have a conversation with Ty. See,
as
we
you
might
should.
have to make this a 3 hour show tonight, but it's okay. We got time. We got time. We're gonna get there. All right, boom. So he's out in Cali. He on the West Coast. He's chilling. Y'all
Yes, sir.
hitting him with the food. Y'all got him in the Howard Johnson or something. All right,
Mm,
bet.
okay.
Y'all find the load. Where's the
Yes.
load coming out of? Or she finds the load, or Patel finds the load, or whatever.
She found the load
Okay.
from. She's the partial queen, by the way. She fills up that truck. Excellent.
She's the partial queen?
She's the partial queen. Like these box truck
Okay.
bros ain't got nothing on her, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Who ain't
But
got nothing on her?
the
Box
box
Truck
truck,
Bros? See,
yeah,
I
the
ain't
new
on
box.
Instagram. On YouTube, Kirk is the Kirk. And Kirk, me and Kirk, But Kirk is the box truck, the partial king on YouTube. Kirk is the partial king. I give
Yeah,
Kirk his props. He's the partial king on YouTube. I don't know
and
about Instagram, but on YouTube, that well, she's a queen, but as far as the king, it's Kirky Fresh for partials.
she
Kirk,
the queen.
Kirk, pay me my 5. All right, but anyway, all right, so boom.
But she said, Angel, listen, I got this load from Cali to Montana. You want it? I'm like, let's get this money. Give it to us. She gave it to us, and then she was just working her magic. Then we went. I don't know the exact rates. I'm not even gonna lie to you, but just know the pay was good because I said yes to it. So we went from Montana. I believe it was somewhere around that area. I think it was like Montana to Chicago. I don't even know. Just know that he stayed out there for 2 weeks,
She
and
got
she
a load
produced.
out of Montana.
Yeah, she made money, man. When I tell you, after that California load, if it wasn't for these issues that we had with the fuel, we would have been up at that time. But
So he
we
had the deadhead from Vegas to Montana.
she had us a load from California to Montana.
So she got your load from California, Montana, and
Mhm. She
then
found the
what?
way out of Montana.
Uh huh.
So boom, she did what she did. He stayed out there for 2 weeks. Like I keep saying, if we had fixed that fuel issue before we went to California, we would have been up more than what we are now. That was the issue, that fuel problem. So if there's anything that y'all can take from me and George's experience, if there's an issue, fix it before it's too late, right? So boom, the fuel issue was the only main thing that messed us up. Engine is good, transmission is good, whatever. We just had to keep stopping, man. Every 2 hours, stop, fill up, stop, fill up, stop, fill up, and then he had to eyeball it. And then Raul is smart, so he you know the little the mileage reader where it tells you how many miles you drive. He would have
Yeah.
to zero every time that he would fill up the fuel. So we would go off that. If it said 200 miles, we knew we had to fill up because we couldn't trust the gauge because the gauge was broken, right? So boom, Ty was working her magic, but all the money we was making with Ty
Mm-hmm.
was leaving because of the fuel. So let's say,
Wait. Why are you saying it was leaving because of the fuel? The fuel is the fuel. If you needed fuel, you needed fuel.
yeah, but if we had fixed the issue, it wouldn't have been as much as it was with the issue being bad.
No, it would have been the same. You just stopping more. He's working more because you can't tell. If the fuel went in there, you needed the fuel anyway. The fuel is the
Yeah.
fuel. So you needed the fuel. So no. That's not correct. It's
Mm-hmm.
not correct. You just had to stop more, and that money you were going to spend it whether you spent it more frequently or if the float was working, you would be able to tell. Okay, the trip would have been a little bit longer before he could stop because you could see, okay, it's at a fourth of a tank. You still was going to spend that same amount of money. You
Oh,
understand what I'm saying, right?
I guess you know, yeah. But
All right.
when he was out there, we made about in those 2 weeks, 5K. We ain't see. Then we made 7,000 with her. We ain't really see. Then
So
we
so
made
so to slow down. The 5K going out there, you lost, right?
uh,
So how much were you in the red for that trip going to the West Coast?
George. What was it?
We was in the red. We I don't have a exact number, and that goes to us not being as strong in the business as we should have been. That's
How long you been watching the channel, George? I think the first time you DM me was in August.
yeah. I've been watching you for a while, sir.
All right, so what was the cost per mile? You said $2 and what?
Our cost per mile right now is
Yeah,
like
no,
$1.60.
for going out that way, it was two
It
dollars
was
and something, right?
it was over $2, like 2.7, 2.8, almost three.
So your cost per mile was almost $3.
Our cost per mile at that time was like a dollar 80.
All right, so when you accepted this trip, who sits down? You said you're the ops guy, right?
Yeah,
So did you what didn't you do? Why did you take that load and why did you put yourself in that situation?
because the rate, the cost per mile of the rate was higher than our operating cost.
You said the what?
Our cost per mile is $1, and at the time it was like $1.80. That load to
Okay.
California paying like $2.70. So I took it because it was higher than whatever we needed to average out money. But obviously that wasn't true because I didn't calculate how much fuel we had to spend and everything. We thought we were gonna make, after paying Raul, after paying fuel, 2.5 out of that. We ended up only seeing like maybe 1,000.
How did you figure you was gonna make 50%? What they find me a trucking company that has 50% margin.
Numbers is probably off at the time. Like I said, that was all in the beginning. That's why I'm on the call right now with George.
So what was the trip coming back to Montana to you said from Montana to Chicago?
Yeah.
What was those two trips paying?
Like I said, I don't know. I just know that we made a good amount of money while he was out there working with our dispatcher, Ty.
But you lost on that trip too, right?
We didn't lose as much as we did on the other one.
All right. So then from Chicago, did he come back to the East Coast?
Yeah, once he came back to the East Coast, that's when we said we got like maybe 2 racks, 3 racks in the bank account. Let's just fix this fuel issue. We took it to our people in Elizabeth. They called the dealerships up. Nobody had those parts. They only had the sending unit. So then they worked their magic, and legit right now, I swear if I could show you my truck, I would. There's what is it? What is it called, George? There's a pipe or whatever, like a plastic rubber pipe going from one tank to the other tank, and it's attached with like a weld under it so that nothing can break it. It's been going like that for what, George? 5 months already? 4 months?
A little longer.
A little longer? Fuel system is perfect. Perfect. A whole tank, which is what's a whole tank? About $500, $400 to fill up both sides. Lasts about what, George? 5 days working Amazon right now. 5 days, 4. So
We gotta go step by step because you said the truck broke down 3 more times. So I want to talk about each time it broke down. We got some time. This is gonna be a good testimonial. So you just jumping all over the place. We gotta take it one day at a time. So boom,
I'm
y'all get the
back to the East Coast, fix the fuel.
yeah, y'all got back to the East Coast, right? Now
Oh,
when did because y'all said y'all was dealing with Patel and then y'all was dealing with the dispatch queen. So
yeah.
when did you make the switch on this trip? Because you said you went out there with Patel, but
In California, we made the switch.
so in California you made the switch. Now how'd you find her?
Facebook.
You found her on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Y'all found everything on Facebook. All right.
I told at this point, I had told Angel, listen, if the Patels are not getting us anything, call Ty and see what she can do. I told
All
him
right.
just like that.
So y'all found her on Facebook. You had a conversation with her, and she got to work. She got y'all back to the crib on the
Mm-hmm.
East Coast. Y'all took the truck to the shop. Y'all got the fuel issue fixed. How much was that? Like $200 or something?
300.
Knowing you, 300.
Yeah, 300. Because like I
Yeah,
said, he was made. You know what I mean? So,
man, you got a good plug over there.
hey,
Man,
race. If you're in Jersey, go to
hey,
race
your
Elizabeth.
cost per mile should be 30 cents. The way you talking, man. Shoot. Okay.
I and everything. So DM
All
me
right.
on
So
Instagram.
boom. All right. So boom. You got the truck fixed. All right. Then what?
Okay. We fixed the fuel issue. George was like, you know what? We got some money. Let's go get some more tires. We found another tire plug in
Stop.
on
Stop.
Facebook.
Stop. 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 This was the second load, right?
What do you mean the second load?
This load that the first load the truck broke down. Then this load going from New York to California and back. That was the second trip, right?
That was the second trip. Yeah, everything was
So
smooth.
so let me ask you this because I just caught you. I listen. Now you talking about tires. You was just at the shop before y'all went to the West Coast. You said you only needed 2. So why do
Okay,
you need
but
4 more tires now?
I just told you, we were out there for 2 weeks. We went from New Jersey to California. He stayed out there. 2 weeks. 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 2 We came back to the East Coast.
right?
George was like, "Listen, we got some money. These tires are used because we had only changed two since we bought the truck.
That's why I'm going back to say y'all needed them tires when y'all was in the shop the first time.
When we
So you
did the
mean to tell me
inspection,
one trip there and back needs you some? That's this is the point that I'm trying to make.
Mhm.
Y'all needed them tires.
No, we didn't. The inspection said they were good because we had done an inspection before we even went out there. That's what I told you.
All right.
We're going off of what that inspection paper says. You
All right.
understand?
So basically, you had 6,000 miles pretty much left on them tires,
Essentially, yeah.
which
The
basically
inspection,
you. So basically, you needed some tires. That's what I'm telling you.
the
Six
inspection.
Yeah,
thousand
we did.
miles, and the truck is there.
Yeah, we needed tires. We needed tires.
Thank you,
So
thank you.
we needed tires
That's
without a
that's what
doubt. And
that's what I'm
so
saying.
I was a little confused too.
Let,
I mean,
let's keep it. Let's listen to me. Let's keep it. Just keep it funky, bro. Listen, I've been in this shit since 2010. You can't
Mhm.
get nothing past me. If something goes in your story as a whole, I'm gonna call you out on it. So just be honest, so that way it's not you 22, and I'm not trying to jump down, but I'll be 44 in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
I did this shit. All right. So just keep it straight. You see what I'm saying? And then that way, everything will be everything because I don't want to have to pull you up on, wait a minute, like this tire thing, bro. So just keep it funky all the way through. You knew y'all needed tires when y'all was at that shop, right? So now I want to go back to this. When I asked you about the working capital earlier, you said it was 15,000, right? Was it $15 or was y'all running low on cash flow? That's why y'all only got the two tires and then ran the truck. And
yeah,
then
yeah,
when y'all came back,
definitely running low on cash flow, but
all
I
right,
knew that I had the credit to get us through it. Credit cards. That's simple. Credit cards.
all right, all right. So, but you didn't want to utilize the credit cards while the truck was right there the first time and just get all the tires while the truck was there.
You know what? If I would have paid more attention, I would have definitely had just did all of the tires initially, but I wasn't paying attention.
All right, all right. So, boom. Y'all get back. Y'all get the truck, the fuel issue fixed. Then y'all send the truck somewhere else to get the tires, right?
Yeah, which we
So now
found
you
out. Mhm.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had fixed the fuel issue across the street. There was a tire spot. I had found it on Facebook, so I went over there. They gave us a good deal. We got the tires done.
All right.
New
Well, they
Jersey,
brand
man.
new. They
Everything's on
you.
Facebook.
I see, man. I gotta remember you 22, man. So you found some tires. They was brand new tires, right?
Yeah, brand new
All right.
Linglings.
Linglings.
Yeah, that's what I call the Asian ones. They ain't no Firestones. I ain't gonna lie to you. They the Linglings.
All right. So you got all right, so you got some tires. So you got four brand new tires. All right. Boom. And what'd you pay for those? Just for laughs and giggles.
What was that, George? Like 12, like 1,000 something?
I mean, I got all of the invoices. They in my car, man. Like
Yeah,
I don't remember.
1,000.
They in your car. All right, George. All right, George. Me and George gonna have to have a conversation, George. We're gonna have to have a conversation. All right, so boom, you get the tires.
Mm-hmm.
Now what? Now what?
Said we ready to roll. Let's hit up Ty.
So are we still in July or are we in August now, September?
We in August.
All right, y'all in August. All right. All right, so
So they
you hit Ty up. Is Ty still in here? Cause Ty, we gonna pull you up. We want you to be able to get your thoughts off. We want
she
you to
better.
be able to get your thoughts off. Cause I don't know what's going on in the chat. I see back and forth in the chat. I don't know what's going on. Demarius tells so
Better
I'm not trying to be greedy.
can't wait to.
We're gonna bring up. We're gonna bring up. We're gonna bring up. Just let
Okay,
we
so
want y'all to get y'all thoughts off first. So all right,
them.
boom. So you hit up Ty.
Yeah, she gave us some good work, but this is where it gets scary. So we had found the load. I think he was on his way to. I think it was like either Tennessee or somewhere over there from New Jersey. Don't know the number. I just know that it got scary because while he was on the way there, I got a call saying, "Yo, the brake lines blew up," and that's when George said we had four incidents where things got bad with the truck. The brake lines blew up in the middle of the highway. Raul is driving. You know what I mean? Like brake lines went off, the pedal went to the ground. As he said, he called me and everything. For the grace of God, there was an exit. He pulled to the exit, and the truck that we have, I don't know what it's called. It's like an engine, like an engine brake or something. I don't know what it's called, but he said he used that. He managed to stop the truck. I couldn't do anything. I'm in New Jersey. It's like midnight over here. I'm calling George. George is like, damn, damn,
Let
damn,
me ask you
damn.
something. Let me stop you for a second.
All right, go ahead.
You were 21 at this time.
I was 22.
But you never really drove the truck. You never really, as
Yeah,
far as boots on the ground.
yeah.
You've
Snowstorm
you,
and everything. Going to Vermont. Quick load. Came back the same day.
okay. So how many loads did you do?
I mean, at the time I had a full time job at. I was a parts manager at BMW.
All
So
right. So boom. All right. Boom. BMW probably.
taking loads.
All right. So boom.
I was
And
driving that
George
truck.
and George, initially you never drove, right?
No,
George
So
never.
always
when this driver had issues, he was calling two people that just didn't know what to do.
he was just calling me. He wasn't because he speaks Spanish. He wasn't calling George. He was calling me.
All right, so he's calling you. So now this situation where the brake lines blew up, because I'm thinking you jumped. Was this the third run or
So I don't know. If you want to keep calling it runs, it was just an instance in the 6 months that we've been in. Now it's been 8. So in the 6 months that we've been in authorities, that was a third instance. The first was when the brake line, I mean the fuel line blew up.
mm,
It wasn't working. The second was on the way to New Jersey to California. We just had to keep stopping. That we count that as an instance, right? The third is the scary one where the brake lines completely rusted
what?
out, burst.
Where was this truck at when this happened?
He was on his way to Tennessee to deliver a load.
Where did it break down at?
I can't really, I don't remember. I just know that I called
Man,
three.
y'all don't remember nothing in 8 months.
I mean, man, this has been a lot.
Every single detrimental thing that has ever happened in my trucking company, I can remember all the way back to 2010. If it was
Like
detrimental, it's engraved. How do y'all not know these things and y'all ain't been in business a whole year?
it's engraved in my mind when it happened, how it happened, and who it
Man,
happened
I
to.
can tell you stories about when the first time one of my 26 footers got roofed. I could tell you about one of my drivers who hit a person who was in the army on duty. I could
Hey,
tell you about when my a driver got stuck in the snow in the same spot 2 days in a row like a dummy. I could tell you about when my driver backed into a dock and wasn't paying attention and towed a hole on and down. I could tell you all this shit because those situations are engraved in my mind because those were really, really, really bad situations.
yeah, and I just told you
And
one right.
and but you don't remember anything about it, and it's
I
you ain't even in business a year. Y'all don't
I
remember nothing about none of these situations.
I just don't remember where. I'm sorry. I don't remember where it happened. I remember that it happened. I remember I got the call. I remember what I did. I called Ty. She ran. What she do? She called the broker late at night. Told them, listen, we have an emergency. We'll deliver. What we do? He called me. I called George. George said, handle it. That's what I
All
did.
right,
I went on Google. I went on Google. I found a local tow truck repair place. Called them up. Raul calls me. He's like, "Yo, there's one of these 24-hour mechanic places here. I'm gonna put it on first gear and just go." And that's what he did. He put it on first gear. He went. We got the truck in the bay. He got the truck in the bay. Some white dude, hillbilly dude, calls me. He's like, "Yo, hey, I got your truck here. Yeah, your brake line is shot. We have to make your brake lines. We have to like fabricate them or whatever." He's like, "We don't do that, but across the street they do." Mind you, God has always been on our side here for every single things that has been wrong, right? First thing he does, first gear again, drives it to the place across the street. He sleeps in the hotel. They call me. That happened on Saturday. Monday morning they call me. Listen, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get everything done now. It's only one little line. It's bent and it's shattered. They fabricated the line. I got pictures on my phone of all of that, receipts, everything. Fixed it. And guess what happened? Ty managed to push the date to Tuesday. We delivered the load. No deductions, nothing. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. We got the money. She paid us. That was that. That was the third incident that happened. And you may think, oh, he's lying, blah blah blah. I don't have
I don't, I
proof.
don't, I don't, I don't think you're lying. I'm thinking about something else, but I don't listen. I don't me personally. I don't think you're lying. I
Mhm.
just think it's things that I think, but it's
Okay.
not lying. I think some other things about how y'all running this. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? Because I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you.
Yeah.
For y'all only to be in business 8 months and have these very, 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 very critical
Stupid.
things happen. No, they're not stupid.
Because
Listen,
they could have been avoided. They
no,
don't.
no, 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 no. Some of them could have been avoided. I think you running janky.
We
We
are,
were.
but Mark,
Hold
We.
that's
on,
the
you
reason
running,
why I wanted to tell the story. That's the
huh?
reason why I wanted to tell the story because we the poster boys for what shouldn't have been done with box trucks.
Yep.
I hear,
He's right.
I hear you. I hear you. But what I'm saying now, now I'm just trying to, because some of these situations, if you only been running 8 months, these situations were just a few months ago.
Yeah.
So, if you're telling a story and these things are very instrumental, and these things are things that when they happen, they were a shocker to you because you never dealt with this. These things should be a constant reminder in your brain on what not to do
So
We
you
don't
and
just
care.
how
taught me
and what not to do and how to resolve the situation. You
you
see what I'm
just taught me
saying?
something. You just taught me something. Starting today, I need to have my journal, which I have, and write all of this down. So when I'm asked
But
questions like this, I have the answers.
listen. In 2012, one of my 26 footers got roofed for the first time. It happened on 76th and South Chicago Avenue at the Vidoc. I know the Vidoc it happened. I know what it looks like, right? I know where I was at when I got the call. I was laid up with a chick.
Me too.
All right. So I remember these things. And this is 12 years ago.
That's amazing. That's
You know,
amazing.
I remember
I'm
the conversation with the driver. It's not it's engraved in my because when I got the call, my heart dropped.
Yeah. George almost cried when it happened to him
All right, so what I'm trying to understand is how a 22-year-old, how you don't remember something that happened a few months ago.
because it's just been a lot. And we, like I told
But
George the
you
other time.
but you a business.
we-
You want to listen. You want to be a businessman. Now you talking to a businessman, right?
Okay.
I'm kicking it funky with you. You got to know you got to remember these things. So that what's going on in your life that you can't remember situations like this, and it ain't even been a year.
It's just things that I tell myself to forget. I lived through them. I know not
Why?
to. That's it.
You have to remember these things. These are the things that make you stronger.
And they did. They
You
made me.
use these situations so that God
They won't.
willing, if you do get a chance, check it out. Let me finish. That if you get a chance to scale, these moments are going to help you be able to be a better trainer to the people that you got coming in.
absolutely. I agree with you
So
100%.
how do you not remember these things?
Just don't. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know what really to tell you. I mean, like I said, that happened. It was bad. It was mistakes that we made. But there's a whole bunch of beautiful things that happen afterwards. You understand?
you missing the point.
I
No,
no,
we
I
get
hear
it.
You need to know the beautiful things and you need to know the ugly things because all these things work in your favor.
and you want to know why I don't remember? Because uglier things happen after what I just told you. So
We're gonna get to him, but that thing right there, when I asked you the question, it's just like it's like the last few things that I needed more context in,
mhm.
right? It's like you don't remember it, and then I'm like, damn, they just started in June. Like how you don't remember? But all right, bet. So y'all got the truck in Tennessee, right? It broke down. Y'all got it fixed. They made the brake lines for you, right? How much did that cost? Do you remember?
Your call has been.
Is that you? Okay. How do you remember how much that cost?
What the hell? What happened? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
What just happened?
I don't know. But do you remember how much that cost?
I can't see you guys. Hello?
We see you. You can't see us? Oh man, this is one for the books, man. I got a headache. All right, so where do we leave off? Because here's the thing, man. Like y'all. Oh, now he gone. All right, man. Who's this? Now you came off. All right, so let me hang you
I'm
up
back.
here. Yeah, but
Called
then
me and then
he.
he kicked me out by accident. My fault, guys.
So this is not you. This is him.
Yeah, I think he called me and then it just took me
Uh,
out of the whole.
all right,
Yeah,
but
my
you
thing
study.
froze up.
All
Yeah,
right, hold on.
you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Man, perfect.
Yeah, but your phone keep calling. You got to close out the other window. See, that's you. Your other phone keep the original one that you on. It keeps calling. So you got to close that window out.
All right.
No, not you, George.
You talking to me?
Angel. Yeah, that
Okay,
original window. You got to close that one out.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it. My fault, guys. I'm
All
out
right,
of it.
but all right, all right. All right. So boom, you in Tennessee. You in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
You get the truck fixed. Do you remember how much it costs to get it repaired in Tennessee?
800 for like
That's it.
two manufacturing, labor, all of that. Yeah,
Yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty reasonable. I remember that.
All right.
yeah. I
So
remember
boom.
like, damn,
So
they go. But no, it was good.
so he dropped the load off, right?
Yes.
Then I'm assuming you hit flat tire.
I kept calling him, man.
She's
He helped us.
she's the best, man. She's the best.
So
Need a
so
boat.
flat. So you hit flat tire, and you say
Mm-hmm.
flat tire. We need a load. What did flat tire do for you?
He got us work. He was out there for another 2 weeks.
Wait,
My
wait.
boy
He
was
was in
just
Tennessee for 2 weeks. Oh, he's
no.
just out on the road for 2 weeks.
Yeah, sorry. Let me clarify. When I say he's out there for 2 weeks, I mean like he's out over the road for two
All right,
weeks.
all right, all
Okay.
right. So everything is fine. The truck is running. He's out.
Fine.
All right. So take me to the next situation. When was the next? Because you got one more breakdown that we got to talk about, right?
One
So
more
I'm
breakdown.
assuming
Yes, sir.
everything was fine. Was there
Mhm.
any occurrences that happened between breakdowns that you want to talk about?
Not really. No. After each breakdown, we just said. After the last breakdown with the fuel line, not with the fuel line. Sorry, with the brake line,
Mm-hmm.
everything.
All right.
The
Let me
last
ask
thing,
you this. Go ahead. You got it.
the last
I'm sorry.
occurrence is a little future. Is a little bit in the future. Like I'm
Uh,
talking about like 2 months ago type shit, and not even with our truck. It was with a rental, so it gets juicier now.
okay. Let's get to it then.
Okay, so boom, we work with Ty. Mind you, we're at like 4 months right there. So we already know, in my mind and George's mind, our plan was to do Amazon and get a Home Depot, how you always preach, those white glove
So you
services.
watch my content?
Listen, I ain't gonna lie, you helped me out, man.
You just said you
I,
didn't watch it.
no, I said I don't watch your streams, whatever you do here
Oh,
right now,
okay.
but I watch your videos.
All right.
When you give people free game, which I respect a lot, you ain't like
All right.
these other people an arm and a leg. So I'm
All
not
right.
even gonna lie to you.
All right, man. We're
Respect.
gonna lay off you a little bit. We're gonna lay off you a little bit, but you
Hey,
gotta watch the streams, man. The streams is you gotta
all right,
watch the
but
streams. All right, but go ahead.
okay. So we're 4 months in. Me and George were like, listen. George kept saying, just believe in God, believe in God. Don't give up. Believe in God, believe in God. I'm like, yeah, man, of course. Just kept grinding. Ty kept getting us work, and that's when we start seeing the money coming in. We're like, okay, this could work. This could work. Boom, we hit the 6 months. Nothing happened between the last breakdown and when we hit 6 months. We finally hit the 6 months, and George is like, you know what? I think it's time we put that plan that we were gonna set in stone, which is Amazon and a delivery contract.
Mm-hmm.
So we said, Ty, thank you so much, but we're gonna choose to go and pursue Amazon. She was okay. She's like, listen, thank you guys. If we need anything, let me know. She was willing to let us use her Amazon account, but we just it never fell through. That wasn't even her service. Let me just that's how she's such a great person, because that's not even a service that she provides, but she was willing to allow me and George to use her Amazon account. Okay? Perfect. So in our eyes, we're thinking, let's do Amazon. And I'm not even gonna lie, Box Truck Shorty, that's how I got in the game because of him. I ain't pay
Okay.
for no course. I'm a dummy. Respectfully, I ain't pay for no
What'd you
course.
pay for? I shit. I don't know him. What'd you pay for?
I ain't pay for nothing. You go on YouTube and
Uh
he
huh.
tells you everything for free. That's all you gotta do. Just watch YouTube, man. That's the free school right there. So go to
Okay.
YouTube, you watch a video, and then I learned how to use the load board. But I'm moving too much ahead. Whatever. So before I got the 6 months of access, I'm sitting at 5 months. We're back home. We have a driver Raul. We don't want to go over the road no more. We want to just do Amazon and the moving. So we're on Facebook again, and we found a company that was willing to give us was willing to lease us on to do Amazon. This is where George said we only had four. We've really had five. So the fourth one was why we wanted to get on this call, the
Okay.
big one. All of you out there who want to do Amazon Relay, their money's there is cool, but please do not fall for these scams on Facebook that say they're gonna lease you on to do Amazon under their account. George, you know how it is, and I know how it is. There's a person right now who's advertising on Facebook, a big company. He still owes us over $10,000 on Amazon loads.
Whoa, hold on. I gotta find a button or something to push. God. How y'all get
So,
finesse for 10 racks?
so,
I'll
so let
tell
me
you right
let
now.
me Angel, let me jump in. So
Excuse me.
obviously, I trust Angel as the operations guy. So he's been able to make contacts. I've been able to make contacts. So he finds this company. So I go all in. I'm like, listen, it's peak season. I went to Penske and I rented I rented a 2023 Hino and a
I
2019.
stop. We're gonna get to that. I'm trying to. Does that the 10 grand? This is leading into probably that, right?
Yeah.
So the 10 grand y'all were leased on to somebody to run Amazon Relay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And how long? How long did you run for this? First of all, who is this person?
George, pull him up. Put it up on your phone because I can't pull it up. You have everything on your phone. Pull it up. I got his
Called
name,
it's called
house.
it was called Prompt Logistics.
Where are they
Look that
from?
up.
That's what,
California. Matter of fact, I'll help you because I'm gonna be on my computer right now. I got all this shit saved. Hold on.
I
Prompt
do remember this.
Logistics. Online freight broker, Prompt Logistics. No, this is in New Jersey.
I'll give you his MC number. Hold on. Because I found out on Facebook he owes other people 20,000, 25,000, 15,000, and he's still promoting it right now. Like if he ain't a thief. So
It's on Facebook.
yeah, on them Amazon Relay chats. I don't know if you're part of that, but
I'm not part of no groups.
okay,
Facebook
okay.
page. See, man, that's why you gotta stay on Facebook, man.
Yeah, trust me, I know that.
Y'all, I don't know what y'all.
So the company is called Prompt Logistics. PROMPT.
Yeah, I ain't finna go looking for it. Because I ain't finna. If it's on Facebook, I'm not finna ask to join no group. So,
No, I got you.
so
I got you.
all right. So you found him on Facebook, like you found everything else. You leased on to him. What was the contract like? What was the percentage?
It was 15%.
15%.
Yep.
And they would get paid, and then they would pay you.
Yeah, I have his DOT number if you need that.
All right, let's take a look, man.
359
Yep.
5004.
5004.
Yes, 359
Just based on that nothing.
He's based out of California. I'll pull it up right here. I got it on the safer web right here.
I'm looking at it.
I got his address, his phone number, everything. Messages between me and him. The
You
dude
got
was
his
selling.
address?
I got his address, man. I found
His
everything
home
on.
address?
I got everything, yes sir.
So
Everything.
why you ain't got your money?
I'm in Jersey. I'm not gonna go all the way to California. Me and George talked about it. We gonna sue him. That's cool. We in the process of that right now. But we got him here. I found his wife, his daughters. I got everything on Facebook.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If he owe you 10 grand, it's not worth suing.
Not even civil court.
What you gonna get? The retainer gonna be about that, or at
right.
least half of that. Now I know because I've been in these situations before.
Yeah,
You know how
man.
many
So
times I wanted to sue some? I got a company right now owe me $11,000 for some Christmas trees. Been owing me that shit since about 2018.
Jesus Christ, man.
My lawyer told me like, what do you want? What do you expect to get out of it? The retainer was 5,
I
so
got his face.
I'm gonna spend 5 to chase 11. No, I gotta eat it. You gonna have to eat that.
Look, this him right here. Look. Nah, this dude got me blocked. Look at this little dumbass. Excuse my language. How
No,
do
hey
I?
man, hey, say what you need to say. Just hit the share button or the. Oh, you on your phone, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do it. If you was on the desktop, you could share your
Yeah,
screen.
I can only see myself. How do I? Okay, I got it. But I don't know if y'all can see that, but that's him right there, Jerry Exxon.
Jerry
That's him.
Exxon. What's
Locations
this?
and
A
everything.
LinkedIn page?
Nah, that's his Facebook account. Jerry Exxon.
Was it? Is he black?
Yeah, he's a black dude. He got kids and a wife and all that. Nice little dog. Nice
So let
little.
me ask you this: when you call him and you ask him about your bread, what he be saying?
He was like, "Yo, I got you. I'm doing the invoices. Everything cool. But
you gotta tell them the reason
let me
what
tell
led to that.
that I'm getting to that. So boom, we signed up with him. Everything was cool. George got 2 rentals plus the white truck. That's 3 trucks running Amazon. So we was making that paper. We was after the money, right? Okay. This is where the 4th incident. Before it gets to the 5th. The 5th is the payment. 4th is the big one. I get a call at 6 a.m. I'm with my girl. For me, haven't slept the whole night. You already know what I'm doing. I'm just whatever. I get a call at 6 a.m. I got my driver Raul, the same Raul that went from New Jersey to California, calls me. Angel, I hit a bridge in a rental truck, 2023,
Is this why
13.
y'all doing Amazon?
Excuse me. That's why that we're doing Amazon with Jerry. We're doing
This is
Amazon with Jerry.
during peak season.
Yeah, they're in peak
See, cause
season.
y'all jumping over y'all. See, y'all, man, y'all. I'm trying to follow the story, man. Y'all jumping all over the place. I want to get to that, man, because y'all, this is great, man. This is great stories and stuff. But let's stick with the 10K. All right, here's what I'm saying. Before we get to the meat within the 10K, I wanted to ask you, how long did y'all run for Jerry
2
for that
weeks.
10K for that 10K to accrue?
2 weeks.
So you accrued 10K in 2 weeks of work.
Yes, sir. If you know Amazon, the first week that you run with Amazon, they don't pay you. They pay you
I
the
understand
following week.
that.
So that was 2 weeks of work. That was 10K in total.
How many trucks? That's more than
3
3
trucks.
trucks. All right.
3 trucks.
So, and what was this? November, end of October, beginning of November?
Right now. So that was. Let me pull up my spreadsheet because I had spreadsheet for Amazon and everything.
This was recently, like 2 months ago at least, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe 2.5 months ago.
This was hold on. Let me pull it up. Shit. January, not January. I'm lying.
Couldn't have been January.
November 29th.
All right. So boom. So 2 weeks, and I guess y'all just quit, right?
Nope. Let me tell you.
Go
While
ahead.
we're in the second week. That's when we're gonna get our first payment, which is like about what 5 something. Cool. I get the call. I hit the bridge. Me and George drive to PA. For me,
What?
we
Why'd
he
y'all
hit the
drive?
he
So
hit the bridge. He got arrested. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is why we wanted to get on the call. So just listen to me. Just listen to me. Don't get mad. Just listen to me. It's like a movie, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I get the call at 6 a.m. Mind you, we've only been doing Amazon with this guy for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. He's driving a rental truck. We gave him the keys to a brand new rental truck because of the job that he was doing over the road. Right,
Raul,
George? Raul.
Yeah, Raul.
Yes. Yes. Listen. He speak no English. No English. Just Spanish, right? Cool. CDL license. Insurance cleared and everything. I get a call at 6 a.m. Angel, I hit a bridge. I'm like, okay. Police calls me at 6:05 a.m. Hey, is this Mr. Angel Hernandez? Blah blah blah, owner of AGW. Blah blah blah. Yes, your driver here. His license is coming up as somebody else.
don't tell me you got a migrant running for your company, man. You got migrants out here running for you, man.
Put the bing, 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 bing. Put it. Put the
Come
bing, bing,
on,
bing.
man. God damn. No, you getting
Goofy as
this.
hell. Yo, goof ass. Goofy as hell.
This
Migrant.
man you got migrants out here in these streets,
Nah. His license was clean. Everything was clean. Right, George? We put him on the insurance. Everything was clean. Chilling. Social security number, all that. Chilling. Medical card, all that. Chilling. So when he calls me, I'm like, there's a mistake, officer. His name is on the insurance. That's him. No, it's not. They book him. Take him to the jail. I get another call. Mind you, me and George, we hop on his car. We driving to go get the rental truck to see what's going on. Mind you, there's a load. There's an Amazon load in the rental truck that just got crashed.
Stop, man. Listen, I need 100 likes for this shit. If
Yeah.
this
This
ain't
some
some of the listen,
yeah.
I need 100. I need
Yo, Mark, I was
17 more
transparent.
likes.
I told you
I need
I told
17 more
you.
likes. We need
Hey,
to be
Well,
at 100.
you left some stuff out, Angel.
Hold
So
on,
this,
we're gonna get to it. Hold on, pause the story. Stop. We're gonna get to it. I need 17 more likes. I need 17 more likes. Y'all so caught up in these stories, y'all ain't hitting the like button. Come on, it should be more. It should be 200 people in listening
yeah,
to this.
we was doing everything under the ELT,
Uh,
EPS,
yeah,
everything.
hold on. Keep it
Oh,
cool. Don't say nothing else before we get these likes up. We gotta get these likes up.
yeah, come
We
on, you
gotta
gotta
get
throw.
these likes up.
Yeah, we
We
gonna
could.
have the most views you
We
got.
got. We need 2 more likes. 2 more likes. Nah, y'all might be hard to beat the most. Y'all be up there, I bet. All right, you got a
What you
long
mean?
way to go. About 100,000. All right, so boom, check it out. Y'all leave New Jersey to drive to PA. I know
Yes,
what
sir.
it's
nah,
like to have a truck roofed, so I'm
it
kind
didn't
of
go.
curious to know what y'all going there for because ain't shit that y'all can do. But
It didn't go like that. Now
all
I
right,
remember. So we had 3 trucks. Remember, there were he was running Amazon. I think that was his 6th stop. So he was almost done. The post
Mhm.
office was like maybe 10, 15 minutes away from his last stop. So
Yeah.
boom, he hits the bridge. So I get the phone call. I'm like, yo, are you serious, man? And
You
like,
like,
I'm a man of God. Jesus is my savior, man. And I almost cried, brother. I, yo,
no,
I was laughing
no.
at you. You sound a bit. Go ahead, go.
Every-
Just
so check it out. So check it out.
yeah.
So, all right, mind you, the other Penske truck, he's on his way back. He finished his run. You know what I'm trying to say? So we had to
Yeah.
go rescue. We had to go rescue. We had to go rescue that
Freight.
the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to go rescue that. So we jumped in the truck. Remember that? And now you remember the story because
yeah. So me and truck and
we
we
had to
drive
take
up.
the Penske we had to take the Penske truck to rescue that. But they was holding they was holding they was holding that freight hostage.
They
Mhm.
wasn't holding it hostage. That was evidence. Y'all got
No,
illegal aliens out here running
so
for y'all,
so
man.
so so
Raul's an
so
illegal alien, man.
So,
He
so let
not.
me
He got
finish.
paper.
Nah, that was all cleared up with Raul. That was all cleared up. They let him go and everything. That was all cleared up. But the
They let him
problem was,
go.
I knew the importance of getting. I wanted to finish that Amazon. You know how Amazon is. You know what I'm trying to say. So
Yeah.
they told this place in Pennsylvania. Um,
Tell him, George.
apparently so Raul, like, he should have known better. He was used to driving that white truck, which is what, 12.4, 12.6 or something like that.
12,
But
probably 12-7.
Well,
those
12.
Penske's are 13 and up. You know what I mean? So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he made a bonehead mistake. He hasn't driven for us since. Anyway, so they told the Penske to whatever tow company they had. It was a big yard. So we get there, they like, listen, we're not giving y'all that. Y'all can't even come on our property to get that freight. So it costs $5,000 for them to tow it, maybe less than 5 miles.
Yep. A wrecker.
The, du-
They sent the wrecker out.
yep. The guy was giving attitude. He was trying to fight George. Everything. Like
So
it was a crazy scene.
so so I'm gonna keep it a buck. Thank God, Penske, like, I know I'm gonna pay for it, and when we, when my insurance is up, but that $5,000 was paid by Penske.
Yeah, they're gonna get their truck, and they're gonna charge it back to you because I don't know if if they told you, they probably told you the insurance ain't covering that.
It is
Whose insurance is covering it?
Ours.
Progressive. My adjuster, Penske, is $16K worth of damage is covered.
They
I
cover
know my
the top 6 inches of the truck.
yes, yes. Thank God, thank
Oh,
God.
we have to get a deductible. Thank you, Lord. Yep. But
So
we ain't even, Raul paid it, by the way. So
y'all didn't pay Raul.
for that week, hell no.
So y'all recover the load?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So continue. You want me to continue, George?
Yeah,
yeah.
continue, please.
I bet. So me and George pull up. Penske paid the dude. I backed up into the other truck, and we just. I have pictures on my phone. I wish I could show you. I'm climbing. I climbed up. I'm have fiberglass in my fingers, literally pushing the thing up so that George can use the pallet jack and push it into the other truck.
Hmm.
And Raul was helping us too, because at that time Raul got out. They let him go, whatever. He was in there helping us. He was lifting up the fiberglass that was hanging, and we was just putting it into the other truck. We made it to the stops. We delivered. This is why Jerry took our money that we think, and that's just what he said. So boom, we let him know, Jerry, listen, we got into an accident. The other two trucks made the deliveries. This one just made it, but it was late. But at that time, he already had contacted Amazon and said, listen, there was an accident, blah, 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 but we can get your delivery done. For some reason or the other, the following Monday, that happened on Saturday, like Saturday morning. By Monday, we were already scheduled to go and, get. Oh, George, you ain't tell him. Penske gave us another truck on top of that. So the one that we crashed, they gave us another one. So we was back to 3 trucks by Monday. Friday the accident. I'm sorry, Saturday morning the accident happened. By Monday we already had the 3 trucks back in New Jersey ready to roll. Jerry tells us, "Oh, listen, they canceled my Amazon account, so I ain't paying y'all." I'm
He
like,
said it
"What?"
just like that.
He said it just like that. I'm like, "Okay, okay." He calls
Oh,
me. He calls me Tuesday. There may be a chance I may pay you guys, but you know, Amazon is temporarily suspending me for 2 weeks. At the end of the 2 weeks, I'll give you guys some more information. Mind you, he has other people leased onto his account, so it's not just us. So imagine how much money he owes them. Okay, we have 3 drivers. Raul's not getting paid, so that ain't got nothing to do with me. We had another dude, Jose, and another guy, Ramon. Excellent drivers, good to go. Them dudes is sweating us every day. Where's our money? Where's our money? Where's our money? Me and George are telling them, listen, we gonna get you guys. Just give us a moment to see when this dude's gonna pay us, right? Mind you, we're at 5 months still. We're waiting for the 6 months so we can get our own authority. But Jerry, he hit us up 2 weeks after that. Amazon let his account open again. He said, guys, I'm gonna pay you. George, what was the day that he said he was gonna pay us? Because I
Sometime in
have it.
January,
It was
January 12th.
January 12th. Yeah, I have it here written down.
I
January 12th.
remember those dates. I remember those dates, Mark, when it comes to that money. Yeah, it was like January 12th.
So
okay.
telling him that Friday, yo, where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money? Yeah, I got you. I'ma send it to you. He's like, yeah, I'm a man of God. I'ma send it to you guys. Don't worry. Blah blah blah. George is like, oh, okay. We tell our drivers. We're like, listen, guys. He said he's gonna pay us. We show him the messages. Everything is cool. That day comes. We call him block. George calls him block. I call him with my house phone. Block. I call him with my girl's phone. Block. It's like dude changed his whole number. No, nothing was going through. So I get on Facebook. I hit up Ty. I don't know if she's still on here, but I hit her up. She was like, "Listen, we went through that contract together and everything," and she was just telling me, her best knowledge. She was like, "Just wait. He does
Does
have a
she know the
clause."
guy? Does she know him?
No,
No, no,
What?
but
But you said she has an Amazon account though, right?
yeah, she does
Well, why didn't you do business with her since you already had a rapport with her?
because she was charging 15%, and we had already signed up with the dude. We already had signed the contract before I hit her up. You get what I mean? So it was like
But what was he charging?
the same thing. But I had already signed a lease contract with him. and it
Oh,
was
but I hear what you said, but why didn't you think of her first, knowing that she already did it and
Well,
you already had a rapport with her?
well, Ty didn't. That's not her thing. Amazon wasn't her thing at the time. It just
But she
wasn't.
had, but she had an account, and you had already inquired because you mentioned it earlier in this live stream.
yeah,
But
she
you
did.
just didn't go into details on why you didn't go with her because we jumped
It,
into something else. So
she,
what I'm saying is, if she's charging the same thing that he's charging, you already have a rapport with her. Why didn't you go with the person that you know?
because we were supposed to plan a date, me and her, for us to go online and just, you know, talk about how it was gonna work. She was gonna let me use the load board and everything, but we just never got to it because she's running mad trucks right now. You know what I mean? She's about her money, so it's like I don't want to interrupt her and be like, "Listen, could you help me out?" Blah blah blah. So looking back to it, I should have been more, on
Listen,
her.
man. Listen,
But
listen, 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 listen. You telling me what you don't want to do. Anything beats a blank.
yeah,
What you be,
yeah,
she running mad trucks, and what you basically saying is contradicting yourself. If she's about her money, I'm pretty sure she wants more money.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And if you already got a rapport with her, you're supposed to go to the person that you know. So
You're right.
what you saying to me ain't really making no sense. Like none of it's making sense. It's making sense because it's what happened, but when what you saying, it ain't making no sense. You see what I'm
We
saying?
should have
I'm
went.
gonna why wouldn't you? You already
Yeah,
know her. You gonna go
yeah.
trust. First of all, let me tell you what your problem is. Your problem is Facebook. Everything is came from Facebook. Your whole everything is from Facebook.
Yeah. Online. You're right. You're right.
You trusted a man on the other side of the country who you don't know from Adam. With you gonna run work for his company and hope and pray that he's gonna pay you.
Yeah.
So now he owes you 10,000. Did you ever pay these employees of yours?
We working on it. We working on it.
So
We
y'all
we
ain't
can't.
Yeah.
paid them.
Nah,
We
they didn't. I did. They didn't get their full amount, but I paid them because it was almost like around Christmas time, and I did. I came out my pocket and I paid them
yeah.
So you
personally.
but you still owe them though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
We
still owe them. I'm gonna
we're
make that
working.
right, bro.
Yeah. They know. They're
How much working capital y'all got?
So I should have went into how I originally. To
Hey Ty, we finna get you up here in 1 second.
so to be quite honest with you, my family. I got 5 sisters and three three of three of them plus my brother-in-law and me. We started a LLC, but we just used to fund it. We never because we knew we wanted to do something in the future. So we would just put money in it every month. Every month. That's how I got the seed money to start this. So um that's how I got the money to buy the truck. But it was a lot. So you asked me, it's kind of unlimited, man, because my family believe in me. I got a twin sister, and
You got
she
unlimited money?
yeah. Well, obviously the stream's gonna get cut pretty soon, but with it the money that we have spent in this business kind of is very minimal with the type of assets my family has. So that's why I'm still hanging on.
I hear you, but if let me ask you this: how much money are y'all in the red? No, how much money have y'all made? Let me ask you that. Let's make it simple.
well. We got our little tax paper from our peoples that we was working with, like 2029,
How much have
almost
y'all
20.
spent?
Oh man, we spent probably about 60K.
Probably. You should know how much you spent.
Nah, we spent 60K. Yeah, easy, easy, easy.
So y'all upside down about 30.
Yeah,
Right
yes.
now.
And is that even between y'all, or is it one
Nah,
side more than the other?
not. It's one sided. But I knew what I was getting myself into, and I know what I need to do to get out that hole as well.
And this third 30K, now, is this including the 10 grand?
Yeah.
Because that's 30 grand that y'all spent. Because really, y'all still owe these guys. Y'all still owe by this company. So what are y'all doing now?
So, like I said, that whole thing with Jerry happened. We hit the 6 months. Right now we're running Amazon. We have a guy running Amazon, and me and George secured a Home Depot 2-year dedicated contract. So
No,
we're
it's not
doing
two. It's AIT.
it's
I think I mentioned it to you.
yeah, it's like one, is it like 1 year, 2 years? It's like a dedicated
Well,
contract with,
none of those contracts go by the years. So I mean,
well, what I
you can
signed
walk
that,
away. They can let you go at any time. That's not dedicated. I mean, it's dedicated, but a final amount contract is not. If you not performing, they're gonna let you go. If you want to quit, you can quit. It's not that.
Yeah, we understand.
It's a. So so, but y'all ain't started that yet, right?
No,
no, we start
All right.
in on Monday.
And who's running that?
Me and George. we're,
So
we're not
y'all
getting
two
nobody.
running that,
Yeah,
and that's probably 6 days a week, right? Or is it 5?
yeah,
six,
6.
Monday through Saturday.
All right, so that's 6 days, and that's appliances, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
In New Jersey or New York?
New Jersey.
Jersey.
And how much does that pay?
Guaranteed
670.
620, so 37.50 a week.
Have y'all ever did that before?
We've done it, but we've done it locally. We have never done like the big major
So you
regional.
never done? Have you done final mile big and bulky appliance delivery before?
No,
No.
No,
All right.
but
Well,
we've done big and bulky, but we've never done what you're you're
you're gonna need some training because y'all think y'all upside down now. Wait till you see some of these claims. So y'all need to know what y'all doing. I hope y'all know what y'all doing. You know, I hope y'all got the right equipment. I hope you got the physical stamina and the the know how to maneuver a lot of this stuff. But we'll that's another story. So you got somebody still running Amazon right now, right?
yeah.
Now, who's running Amazon? Like whose account? Like so you're not running with Buddy no more. So now you're running under Ty. Or you running under
Our our account.
fine? Okay,
Yeah, right.
finally.
took us a
All
big
right.
step to
So now who's running that? Who's driving that?
our main guy Jose, the superstar, as we
He's
call
still
him.
working for y'all, and y'all ain't paying him.
no, it's another dude. It's another dude. Yeah, yeah, he is. He's still working
And so,
for us because I was transparent with him, and like I said, I think in total, how much did we owe him for that Amazon run? Like,
Like I gotta go back, but I think it was like 17 something after what you paid him.
yeah, I think I gave him like I think I gave him like 1,200.
Yeah, so we should be good. He'll get his money.
wait,
But
for 2 weeks of work?
yeah, 100. There's a one. It was 200 a day we were paying him at the time.
And what was that run? What were y'all making on the run he was running?
$300, $400.
So y'all paying him 200, and y'all only making 300. So y'all okay? So what about y'all the fixed and variable costs? Where are y'all making money? If y'all paying him 200 and you making 300, these numbers ain't adding up.
So
What do you mean?
we had 3 trucks,
What do
right?
you mean? What am I? Go ahead.
We we
Go
had
ahead.
3 trucks. So what? And what my idea was, we run 3 trucks out of Amazon. Angel's job was to make sure that he added up, obviously, all of the loads, how much they pay, and he had a spreadsheet. So according to the spreadsheet, we were making money.
Okay, here's the thing. You paying 200 a day. What were you grossing?
I'll tell you right now because I got it pulled up.
He said 300-400.
All right, so these loads, I have it. This was what is this? November 27, 182 miles. It was paying $738. That's $3.51 a mile. Insurance for the rental was $272 a day. And our driver was making $200. So our net. Hold on, this is what the
So
fuck.
you got 200 to the driver, you got 272 a day, which is combined the rental and the insurance. You said 272.
Yeah, after
plus
everything,
200, that's 472, right? All right. So that's 472. What about fuel?
fuel.
See, that's what you missing some shit. And how much were you making there? How much did that make? Whatever.
This shit was $196
No, how much was the gross? How much were you did was the gross
for the whole week.
for the? What were you grossing on average a day?
A day was with this truck, the 2023, $280
So that's what the truck made in gross. You
after.
understand the difference between you know what you know what the difference between gross and net is?
So the gross was $741. That's what you make before you deduct expenses. Yes, and then the net is
Okay.
what you make after you have your expenses paid and everything.
All right.
So our gross
So
was
mhm.
$600 and our net was $280.
but but you didn't add the
So
fuel. That math is just for your rental, your insurance, and your pay. What
and
about
the
the
discount.
fuel? What about the fuel?
The fuel. The fuel I put in like what $75 that we had put in because it was short runs.
But you still have to add it. Whatever your cost, it's not a,
And I did add
whatever
it
you're
here,
spending. Okay. So what were you netting on average?
like $196 for the 2023 truck.
All right, so $196, and then you're running one truck now for Amazon, right?
Yeah, right now is one truck right now, and the rates are ridiculously low. But
All
we're
right, so
but we're
you
making more technically because our insurance rate is not as high.
so how y'all making money if you only making $196 a day?
Let me pull the one that we have now up.
And what I don't understand is here's why I don't. It's a lot of stuff I don't understand, and I'm gonna get to it. It's a lot of stuff that I gotta hold y'all accountable for today, and I don't even
So
think I can remember everything I got to because it's so much. I should have wrote it down. I should have wrote every single thing down. But I'm just gonna touch on some of the stuff that I can remember. But I'm gonna because that's currently what y'all doing right now, right?
right now we're doing Amazon. Yes,
I don't even understand why y'all are partners. Why do y'all need each other? And I'm
we
serious. Why do y'all need? First of all, it's not even enough margin. Like this is something clearly one person could do. Second of all, y'all too busy playing balls when y'all should be on the truck.
but that's what we're gonna do moving forward now. On
Y'all
Monday,
should have been doing it. First of all, y'all don't even
we
need to do.
have
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Y'all don't even need to run two trucks.
we have full time jobs though. At the time, both of us, we both did.
You just you. This is my point. Then you want to go do final mile, so that means y'all finna quit y'all jobs.
We don't have those jobs anymore.
So y'all quit y'all jobs, or y'all got laid off, or whatever happened. Y'all not working, right?
Yeah,
So this is what I'm saying. Y'all ain't making no money. Y'all don't know the business. Y'all don't know the front end or the back end of the business. But y'all want to go run another truck and you already losing in this first truck. Y'all haven't found a way to be successful and profitable in one truck, yet you want to go run a whole nother truck.
Nah,
Now
man,
you
you're not gonna
stepping.
run another.
Hold on, hold on,
We're
hold
gonna,
on. You hold on. You stepping into my world now.
okay.
I know what this world entails, and listening to the 8 months y'all ran OTR, Final Mile is a whole different animal. The claims on this side, one refrigerator will cost you 5 times what you cost for your brake job. I'm talking about a scratch like this, a little bitty scratch. Now I'm refusing at the door. It's on you. You got to pay for it. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. The way y'all running right now, y'all don't stand a chance in Final Mile because y'all all over the place. You have to be careful. Strategic. So when I say why, like, to me, two people, up to this point, this is like, it should just be one of y'all on the truck running. If y'all gonna partner, then you should have been on the truck. He should have been on the truck. It's just not enough margin. Y'all don't even know how y'all. The reason why y'all having so much trouble is because y'all don't know what y'all doing from the back end or the front end. In order for you to know what goes on out there, you got to be out there. Y'all ain't never been out there. So what was the purpose of you renting these trucks, these three trucks, to go from the 2007 to go out and pick up three Penske trucks for peak season?
To get more money, to add it up.
Why? Why did you do that? What made you think you was going to make more money this holiday season?
George, tell him.
So I joined a community of box truck people.
What? Where were they at? Where were they at?
Tell him the name, George.
He was in Dallas. He was in Dallas.
What's his name?
So it was Box Truck Solutions.
Okay, where'd you find him at? Facebook?
I don't think I found him on Facebook. I'm not really in big face, but I did find him on social media, and I linked up with him.
Now, give me the BS story he told you about peak season, because I guess that's where we finna go.
Yeah, no, basically that there's going to be a peak season, and he will be dispatching, and you know, for a certain amount, $800, you could be part of the community.
So check this out. How long you been following me?
I would say long enough
First
to
time.
know that to know that I shouldn't have did what I did.
So when I said what I said about peak season, you just didn't believe me then, huh?
Nah, it wasn't that. I was. It's not that I didn't believe you, because I understand where you're coming from a micro and macro economic, the way you talk. I just was so greedy, and just wanted to. I was hopeful, and it was a huge mistake. There's
What do I say?
no other
So
way.
did you watch my live stream about hope?
Yeah.
So you watch my live stream about hope. You hear me talk about the greed and the fear index. So this man charged you $800. You didn't see none of that, so you gotta watch my live stream. You get value in the videos, but on the live streams is where I cook. But check this out. The man charged you $800 to be a part of a community.
Correct.
You want a community right now for free.
Yep.
So for $800, you got access to this chat room or whatever, forum or whatever, right? And when you paid the $800, you got in there. What was on the other side? Was it green? Was it greener on the other side when you got in there?
Nah, the whole premise was that he was going to dispatch us for Amazon. That's why I kind of like jumped in to the fire. But then to come to find out, I guess he was and his company was so overwhelmed at the last minute, he dropped the bombshell on me saying that he's not dispatching but only a few areas, because he just felt that it was too much for him or his company to handle. So by that time, I already had the trucks, so I'm screwed now. You know, I'm
Did he give
screwed
your
now.
bread? Did he give your bread back?
No, we haven't. I haven't addressed that yet.
So this must have been on you, because Angel was like, "Yeah, tell him, George. This must be this was your ordeal. This Angel didn't have nothing to do with this, did he?" Angel probably was telling you, "No, don't do it," because Angel was like, "Tell him, George."
Nah.
Angel didn't have nothing to do with that, huh?
He had nothing to do with it.
I know. I could tell by the way he's like, "Tell him, George." Angel probably wanted to go with Ty Dollar Sign. We're gonna bring Ty Dollar Sign up in a second. So basically, y'all. So basically, right now, y'all dispatching yourself finally, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is what I don't understand. This is why I'm saying y'all, like to me, I don't even understand. Y'all got two people, which is two heads, but y'all looking for everybody else to do the work for y'all, and it's two of y'all. This is why I say y'all don't need to. I'm not trying to, but y'all understand when you come on testimonials, it's for you to tell your story, and I tell you where you messed up at along the way, because clearly y'all ain't got the right people that's going to tell y'all, or you don't have people that know business to tell y'all, and if they do, they ain't gonna be solid enough to tell you.
Nah,
See,
we,
I
you,
don't
you,
I
you,
don't have any vested interest, so I don't have any emotional attachments. I don't care if you never watch me again. I'm gonna still keep it funky with you. You see what I'm
no, you're
saying?
100% right, and that's
So
why we on the testimonial. You're
so
100% right. I'm not gonna give you
so
no fluff.
two heads are better than one. Pause. You dig what I'm saying? So with everything that y'all have been through up until this point, a lot of that stuff shouldn't have happened because it's two people. Where's your business plan? You don't have one. This is why the business has been going away. Y'all need to. I'm finna drop this link for Ty, because that y'all story is pretty much current, right?
Yeah, we up
I
we up to date.
I kind of want to know how this final mile thing gonna go. I'm curious to know that because
Not in Monday. Tap in
woo,
Monday. Send me
woo.
the link. I can tell you how it goes on Monday.
No,
You
I
join.
don't want no money. I want to wait. I'm gonna give y'all a month. I'm gonna give y'all a month. I'm gonna give you a month.
Hey,
I ain't gonna.
after everything we learned, man, me and George said, "Fuck it, man. We after this bags together now."
I
We
mean,
we
yeah,
were working
y'all can stick.
on
Y'all can stick together. But what I'm saying is, why are y'all together? Because it's not like y'all a team. It's
What
not.
you mean? Yes, we are. How are we
No, no,
not?
no. I said it's not like y'all a team. Two heads are always better than one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like y'all got no heads, or two heads with no brains up there.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like y'all got to get it together, man.
Just tie in. Where
Hold
she
on.
at?
I'm bringing her up. I got you, man. I got calm down. You
Nah, cause for me, like she made us money. So
guys.
Hi,
How you doing?
gentlemen.
Hi, Boogie. What up?
Can y'all
How you
hear me?
doing?
Nah, we hear
Yeah,
you. We hear you, Ty.
we hear you, we hear you good.
How can I
Let me
wait?
adjust some
How
stuff.
can I make it not echo? Because I have the video up and also the chat.
Well, you need to close whatever you replaying. Just the chat, the what you streaming from in the broadcast in the green room. That's the only thing
Okay,
should be on. If you got another device, playing in the back, you need to turn it off.
we here. I'm here.
All right. So I seen a lot of back and forth in the chat. I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you. So why don't you introduce yourself first?
So, hi everyone. My name is Ty Walton. I am the owner of TK Logistics, which is a full service dispatching company, and I also have an authority with my business partner, and it's called Jets Express Delivery Services.
Okay. All right. Where you from, Ty?
I'm based out of Nashville, Tennessee. That's
Oh,
where I live now.
how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, you a young one. All right.
I am young, but I will say I'm very educated and I'm not novice, very business savvy. So there's a lot of things that were said in this chat that I would like to come in and kind of clarify, just because there were people saying I'm fraudulent, I'm scamming, I'm wrong for charging 20%. And I just want to clarify that. I know this is your show, so I'm going to let you run it and let you ask the questions. But at the same time, I definitely want to make sure a lot of things are clarified.
Okay. But before that, I let you, because I'm just being fair. I let you promote, but I gotta say this. Don't take offense. I don't.
Yes, sir.
I'm not. Advocating for her. She's just telling y'all, but I'm not. Advocating. So this is not promo on my end. So at your own risk. All right. So I'm just gonna let you get your thoughts off. I mean, y'all going back and forth in the chat, so I don't know what you want to say. I just wanted to give you a chance to come up here and your
Well,
have
the
your
first thing that was a little bit off-putting was when George stated that I charged 20%, and this was before Angel got into the chat. He didn't really clarify why I charged 20% for my services. You've been in this since 2010, so there's a lot that, for one, I still don't know that you could teach me why you have resources like this, but also I've been doing this since 2018, so I do know a little bit. Don't know everything, but I know a lot.
you
So
talking to
to
me? Wait,
just
what'd
I'm
you
talking
say?
in general. I'm talking in general. I'm saying I respect your time that you put in the industry because you said you've been in since 2010, right?
Correct.
So you have 8 years of experience on me, time that I haven't spent in the industry. So there's a lot of things that you could teach me. At the same time, anybody that's in trucking right now knows that having an aged authority is like real estate, hot real estate. Newer companies, a lot of new owner operators that are joining into the business, they're looking at outdated information. They're looking at these YouTube videos from 2020 that are showing that you can make all of this money, but they're not telling you the ins and outs. They're not telling you about the expenses that you've discussed, such as fuel, such as maintenance for your escrow, such as driver pay, such as rate per mile. Like, in just for we're going to use AGW for an example. They came into the industry without any information, and both of them can also attest that anytime that there was something, I say, look, guys, I don't think this is a great idea. Like when George said they wanted to start out with two people. I'm like, two people in a truck and a team in a 24-foot box truck. Guys, this is not the market for you to try to throw a team into this. Even with leasing under an aged authority, I know what the market can and cannot do. I know my skill set. So I encourage them, guys, you may want to keep this down to one driver. So I also
Facts.
always did my due diligence as being the person that they're leasing under, my authority, which is why they were charged 20%, which
Mhm.
included their dispatching services, use of authority, and their factoring. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear. I'm not charging them 20% to go on the load board and just book loads. No, that's insane. For
Yeah, I
regular,
didn't want to. You're right. I didn't want to. I didn't imply that. Angel clarified it. So, like I
yeah,
said,
but
I
you
didn't.
didn't clarify that. You just kind of left it as is, and you didn't clarify that. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm
why
correct.
Angel had to step in. Why I kind of had to step in because you didn't clarify that. Nevertheless, these guys, they did have a lot of issues. I love both of them. Like, we talk often, so this is no shade to them, but they were new. They didn't have that prior knowledge, that experience. So there was a lot of holes and things that we had to jump. We started a little bit, and then something happened, and then they came back a couple weeks later, which is where I think I came back in when they went from California to Montana. Anybody knows Montana is not a great market. I know that. I've been doing this for a while, guys, so I'm not slow. But at the same time, I know what it takes to run a truck because, again, I do have my own truck, my own authority. So I understand fuel costs. I understand escrow. I understand driver pay. These are things that I already know. So anytime I make those type of calls, I'm making sure that I'm doing my due diligence as the dispatcher to negotiate and make sure that if you're going to pay us there, I know if we're going to Montana, we're probably going to have to deadhead out of there. And that's how I'm negotiating with these brokers on the front end and on the back end. But a lot of people don't do that. They just see that New Jersey to California for $5,000 and don't put this into the fuel calculator. A lot of new owner operators, they don't understand with a standard size box truck, you can get between 8 to 12 miles per gallon. They don't know how to use a fuel calculator to calculate if you're going 2,000 miles and you just put in the national average for fuel and your miles per gallon, how to calculate a roundabout number of what that fuel cost would be. But I do. And those are the type of tools and skills that I try to teach to them. But ultimately, I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink. So, I just kind of had to clarify a couple things because a lot of people were making it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm just egregious and robbing these people when no, I feel like I did my due diligence as a dispatcher, as the people that they're releasing under, and try to inform them with as much information as I could.
Let
So,
me ask you a
yeah.
question. Say you've been doing this since 2018, right?
Yes, sir.
20%, right?
Hmm.
Now, you understand what the margins are in this business, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you understand that at 20% that makes it hard for these individuals to profit? Do you understand that may be their profit margin already before they come to you, or their profit margin may be less than that? before they come to
Absolutely.
you. So
Yes,
do you
sir.
have a moral compass when it comes to that?
Absolutely. And I also created an entire operational cost calculator, which is available on my website that I shared with Angel and George to figure out because every trucking company is different. You could have bought a paid off truck. So you don't have a note every month. You could have a more experienced driver underneath your insurance. So your insurance cost isn't as high as a person who has a 22-year-old on their policy. Every trucking company's cost of operations are different. So absolutely, I do have a moral compass and understand that, 20% may be a lot for some. But also I know what type of numbers that I'm producing for my trucks. And there's been so many times that they both, well, not really George, because truthfully, George was not that involved when we were working together. I'm just being completely honest. My day-to-day interactions were with the driver and Angel. So I gave Angel that full, hey, this is the cost per, this is the rate per mile. That's including deadhead. I'm not one of those dispatchers that give you the rate per mile that don't include the deadhead because that's fuel that you're still spending money on. So, yes, I do have a moral compass and created this calculator for these people so they can know what their cost of operations are. People keep coming to YouTube to search for the answers. And like someone else said in the chat, people don't know their numbers. So if you don't know your numbers, as you guys have solved, these gentlemen are a little bit all over the place. So I'm working off the information that they're providing to me. So if you tell me, look, Ty, we can run for less than 170 per mile. My goal for my box trucks, because I'm a box truck girl, that's my primary niche. I'm trying to
Mhm.
shoot for 2 or better. That's my goal. So I
Yeah,
know.
I was just actually, I don't. It seemed like y'all got some issues. I'm just really just refereeing right
No,
now.
there's no issue at all. But I wanted to
Shit, he
clarify.
looking like he want to jump in and say something. And you jumped in because he said something. So it seemed like y'all got some differences of a.
George literally told me about this live yesterday. He said, I want to shout you out. There's no problems. I talk to
Yeah,
these
we all
guys
good.
often.
We all good.
Like, there's no
No, we
problem.
good. We
I
good.
just want to
Uh,
clarify some things. So the people, whoever Acts Alive is, I'm gonna give him a little bit of clout because that's what he wants. How am I fraudulent?
he must have
And
just
like
got
like
here.
like Vine said, it's not my job for me to run their business. What
No,
they're
it's
doing,
not. It's not your job. I just asking you. I was just asking you a question.
George
I listen.
himself,
Listen to me. Listen to
George
me.
himself has even said that I've made them the most money that their company has ever
Oh,
made.
absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
So, you
Well, that
know,
20%, you gotta understand. When he first came on, and he was talking that 20%. That is high. So without context, and see, this is what I said. I don't know when you came in. Without the proper context,
right,
then a person can only go what a person tells. So if
exactly,
he's saying one thing, then that's the what we going off of.
right, and which is why
So
I want
so 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 when you see the chat go off, and when you see me hit the tweaking button on him, because that's what he told me, and the
exactly.
chat is just going off that.
But even
So
still, after I've clarified, I'm not even going to give the energy to the trolling. This is your
I,
show, so I'm going to give that energy
listen,
to you.
I hear what you're saying, but I want you to understand what's going on because it just so let me put this into context.
Okay.
In order to do this show, somebody's got to come up. I don't go scouting people. He hit
Mhm.
me up. All right. So this isn't a pilot show. There's 10 other episodes for this particular playlist of shows.
Mhm.
So there's a model, right? All right. So prior to coming on here, you have 10 other episodes that you can go look at to understand what this show is about and what happens or what can happen. So if you're not prepared when you come up here, that's not my fault. All right.
Right.
If I see an opportunity to hold you accountable, then that's what the show is about. It's about
Okay.
accountability, right? So if there's not context, a proper context, then the only thing I can go off of and the only thing the chat is going to react to is what was told.
Right.
You know, I've never ran a show where I had people in the chat coming in and say, "Oh, I got to come up there," because I told him at the beginning, "Listen, if Buddy's not up here, I'm not going to bring him up here." But it was so much going on in the chat that I ended up having to bring him up here. I don't operate like that.
Mhm.
So when I'm saying y'all got to figure it out, that's between y'all because he's saying one thing, he's in the chat saying something else like, "Oh no, that's not it," and then you're saying so it's all over the place.
They're confused though. I'm not.
It's not my story to tell.
I'm just saying.
So it's not my story. So
Yeah,
me, I
we
don't
should.
have any vested
Me and
interest
George
in it,
hopped on. You know
So
what I mean? I just
you said
couldn't hop
what?
on because I'm home yet. But I
I
told George
I
once I get home, I'm gonna hop on, and that's what I did.
I
And it's
I,
not his
I
fault. You know what I mean? Me and George are cool.
yeah.
I saw somebody in the comments talking about it's a scam. They scamming him. Blah blah blah. Like, nah, bro. Like, y'all can talk. I don't give a fuck. Neither does George. You know what I mean? We're just here because we felt like we needed to tell what happened to us, and you know, you guys can just give you your guidance at the end of the day. That's all you can do. You can't do nothing more.
But
So
see,
me and
here's the
George,
thing. Here's the thing about that.
yeah,
Y'all all do the same shit. Y'all all go after the glitz and the glamour. Y'all don't
hmm
listen to the OGs. Y'all don't listen to the vets. Y'all go to Facebook.
yeah, yeah.
Y'all go to
I ain't gonna.
Facebook. Y'all go spend. Here I am with all this free content.
hmm
Wow, I made my money. I'm out. Y'all suffering. I'm smart.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
So if you got a veteran, you got veterans, and I'm not the only one. There's other veterans out here that not charging you nothing. That you can come, sit, listen, interact, ask questions. What I don't understand, why do y'all run to Facebook and pay these egregious amounts of money and steady get taken advantage of? Instead of doing the due diligence, no business plan, no nothing.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Or are you more so speaking to them?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
I want to understand how, if this is what you were saying, I want to clarify your question. How I want to know, how is 20% egregious to lease under someone's
I
authority?
wasn't
And it's
talking about you. I'm talking about spending $800 for
okay.
a chat room and some of this other shit that they were talking about. Like, president charge you $800 to come into a forum. You're running under somebody's authority that you don't even know. That's on
Yeah.
another side of the country that you found on Facebook. I'm not doing business with anybody I found on Facebook.
Mm,
I mean, I
Well,
found
you're
time.
you're you're listen. We differ from different generations, so
Yeah, you're
don't
right.
take offense. Don't take offense to it.
I'm not.
I'm not doing business with nobody I found on Facebook. I'm not letting nobody else control my business. They the first point of contact. They got to get paid before I can get paid. I got to entrust them to pay me.
I
Some
can agree with
some
that
some
when it comes.
goofy that I found on Facebook.
I mean, the only reason why we had to do that was because
No,
the
you didn't
idiot.
have to do it. It ain't no idiot. You had your own authority.
Yeah, but we couldn't run Amazon under our own authority.
Well, you should
And
have ran. You shouldn't have ran it then. You should have did something else until you could have ran it.
which is why they were leasing, but they decided to come up with the idea for peak season to do
yeah,
this situation.
And
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 I
and
told I made it
go
very
ahead.
clear to Angel. I said, make sure that this person you're working with is legit. Angel, did I not? I said,
yeah,
because it's a lot of scams and stuff, just like Mark said, it's a lot of scams going on where they gonna have you work, they gonna have you hustle and bustle and run off with your bread. They never
yeah.
had issues
And
with
full
bread when
contract and
people
everything with him
working
too.
with us.
You know what I
Never.
mean?
What if you would have just followed my blueprint for peak scenes, none of that shit would have happened.
You're right. You're right. I mean, too, the whole thing that George purchased, the whole reason why we even got rentals was because of that guy. We weren't even gonna do nothing with Facebook, but the Facebook was like an emergency because we already had the 3 trucks. You understand? The guy screwed us over. At the end of the day, because it's like George paid. We were gonna do the Amazon with that dude. He's legit. Whatever, he's paid everybody else that's doing Amazon with him currently. And it was like, okay. George tells me, listen, the guy said he's not doing New Jersey no more. So I'm like, damn. George already, spent his bread on the trucks. What are we gonna do? I
That's the
scheduled.
eight.
I, she was busy. I was busy. Whatever. I found a dude. People was telling me, yeah, he's legit. He's legit. He's legit. I checked his MC. Everything was legit. I checked him online. Everything was legit. I signed up, and that was that. I signed the contract, and that was it.
I hear
That
you, but that was for the 8. I'm more talking about the 10,000, man. That
that is for the
10,000.
10,000. That's what I'm talking about. The
Oh,
10,000.
oh yeah, yeah, man.
The
Like
only reason why we in this mess right now with the 10,000, as the guy states, is because of the stupid, mistake that the driver made.
I,
Everything was just a big ass landslide. You know what I
I
mean?
hear you, but see, and another thing, here's the thing: when you got, it's just a lot of things that y'all doing that I would just advise against, and then
Which
you
is
got a lot of shit. Like are y'all are trying to start a business and run a business and don't know how to run a business. Y'all ain't did this shit before. Y'all trying to be bosses. Y'all trying to do this shit for streams of revenue. And I talk about this. Actually, I did a whole live stream yesterday, and this is one of my talking points. This is one of my talking points on the live stream I did yesterday. Coming in with a stream of revenue to say you running a trucking business. This is not 2010 or 2009. The margins just ain't like that no more. This is a do-it-yourself industry right now. And then y'all got it's two of y'all. It's two of y'all that's looking to eat off of this. And you still got to cash flow the business. So you have to cash flow the business before you even be able to pay yourself. And it's just not enough margin. And then y'all got people working for y'all and y'all don't have enough working capital to pay them in case incidents arise, which they have. I had 2 situations back in the day. 2013, Dynamics didn't pay me for a month straight. I'm running 3 trucks for IKEA. I'm running like another, I forget how many I was running at that time for Office Depot. By the end of the month, they owe me 28 grand. My payroll was 16,000. It was 8,000 the first pay period. They didn't pay me. It was 8,000 the second period. It was a guy named Eric Field was the operations super. See how I remember all this shit? You know
yeah.
why? Because I had to go in my fucking pocket $16,000 to make payroll. I had it though. See, I can remember the operations supervisor's name. He's still in my phone to this day. And he doesn't work there. I keep it there. You know what? If I didn't have that $8,000 that first period they didn't pay me, guess what? I wouldn't have had no workers. And guess what? It wasn't their fault that Dynamics didn't pay me. It's not their fault. They work for me. I'm not finna have nobody do nothing for me if I know I can't pay them. I don't count on that money. I don't have nobody do nothing for me if can't afford to pay them, because if anything goes awry, I still have to pay them. Why? Because my word is my bond. I had an employee come up here. Mark is an asshole. Mark is this, but I can tell you one thing about Mark: that money was always it was always right, and it was always there, regardless of what happened. I just seen Mark take plenty of losses, but he always paid. Because the last thing you're gonna run around and say, man, Mark ain't, he full of shit. He typical nigga. Typical nigga. No, you're gonna get paid. I deal with what I gotta deal with on the back end. So if you know you operating with a lack of working capital, that means you don't have the ability to pay somebody, because if anything happens, you shit out of luck. So when shit like that happens, you know who has to take that risk? Doom, 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 doom. Y'all don't know?
We got to take it.
Exactly. So y'all should have been on them trucks this whole time, learning the business, taking those losses.
And Angel did not suggest that you hop in the truck.
I've been driving it with George now.
When you were with me, when you guys were with me, did I not suggest that?
Yeah, but I had a full-time job. Well, me and George did.
That's no excuse. You know why?
Why?
Because you opted to be a business owner. So guess what? You have to meet the needs of the business at any and all times. Having a job is no excuse. You started a business. No one put a gun to your head and told you to start a business. It's your job to meet the needs of the business. Business don't got no feeling. Only thing the business want to do is make money. You started a business to make money. It's your job to meet the needs of the business.
I was
Period.
in the truck part time whenever I could have. You know what I mean?
But see, them
And
them
they
excuses.
laid me off
I hear
because of
you,
the
and
business. So
I hear you, and that's all good. But here's the thing: all this shit should have been thought out prior to starting a business. This is a hands-on business, especially initially getting started. This ain't back in the day. The margin. Listen, the rates are the same. The rates ain't changed. These are the same rates prior to the pandemic. Everything else has went up, and which is making the margin smaller. If you look at rates prior to the pandemic, they're going to be similar to what you see today. Which is making everything else is higher. But see, you don't know this because you haven't done enough research. Because you haven't been in it long enough. You weren't in it prior. You don't have the experience, but you haven't done the research either, and you've been tapping in with the wrong people. I'm not talking about you. Y'all need from this testimony. This is the accountability time now.
it's fucking people, man.
Man, you all right, bro? Because usually people. Angel, let me see you. Man.
You can't see me this whole time. I'm thinking you can see me. That's why I'm reading the
Nah,
comments.
man, you looking somewhere else, man. You ain't even paying attention.
They said I'm part time in the camera. I'm like, huh? I'm thinking.
Why you listening to the chat? The chat gonna eat you up because of the story y'all told. They a lot of these guys in truck stops right now chilling. This is great entertainment for them. You gotta let them live. Because in 5, 6, 7 years, that'll be you in the chat. But it's a lot of things that y'all have done wrong, man. Y'all need to go back to the drawing. First thing y'all need to do is come up with a business plan. Y'all don't know what y'all want to do. Now you want to come in the final mile. And based off of the shit that you told me, final mile gonna eat you up worse than this shit. You get on a truck, you get one of them LG or them Samsungs. 4200, 4800. Put a little bitty hairline scratch on it. Now it's 4800. That's your first delivery Monday morning. And you already negative 4800. I got somebody right here and I got a $25,000 floor claim. Why? Because you're dealing with property and you're dealing with the goods. It's a different ball game in final mile. Workers' comp, injuries. You in New Jersey, you got to deal with third floors, fourth floor walk-ups. You might have to take a 28 cubic foot up 3 flights of stairs.
Nah, they said we're not doing second floor and we're not doing no basement. It's just straight up drop off, take a picture, and go.
So this is curbside?
Yeah.
So why do you need 2 people on the truck?
That's what they said. They said for some loads you need 1, for the other one you need 2. So they said it's essentially just pick up at Home Depot, drop off at the person's house, take a picture of it, confirm.
At the curb? Is it curbside or is it white glove? Or threshold?
We're not installing anything and we're not bringing nothing inside the crib. It's just
you gotta learn the term. You gotta know what you talk. So you gotta know what you're talking about. Is it curbside? Is it threshold? Or is it white glove?
Curbside.
So if it's curbside, it means you're not entering into the home.
No.
At all?
Nope.
So you're dropping it at the doorstep or the garage or the curb?
Then take a picture and that's it. Go bye-bye.
So that's one man. You don't need 2 guys. So you running 2 guys. I hear what you're saying. But if you're not going into the house, it's a lift gate and an appliance dolly.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lift gate and a pallet jack. If you're not going into the home, it's a 1-man job.
That's cool. Okay.
Now, if you're going into the home, because then it's a 2-man. But if it's curbside, who is this with?
AIT.
So select Express. I don't know. I didn't even know they had Home Depot now. Oh, you know what? When AIT acquired Select Express, so AIT probably already had because it was a bigger company. So yeah, you would. If I were you, I would find out exactly what the scope if it's curbside, threshold, or white glove. Because if it's curbside, that's 1 man. That'll increase your margin. You don't need 2 people to use a forklift.
Okay.
I mean, not a forklift, but your lift gate. Now, if it's white glove, then y'all gonna need to do some serious training. All right. It's a lot of other things that I think y'all need to. I think y'all need to go back to the drawing board. I think y'all need to do a business plan. Honestly, to be honest with y'all, I really for it to be two of y'all, I really don't understand why it's two of y'all. I understand he had the bread and you got the idea and you got the ops. Well, if you're running the ops and he's the bread man, that means you need to step your game up. Because
I mean, I'm a
if he's the money man and you supposed to be running the day to day, I still blame him, but I blame you more because you came to him with the idea to invest.
mm-hmm.
So you need to educate yourself, not just in this industry. You need to educate yourself in business. There's no way I would have went out and rented 3 trucks for a non-existent peak season. You would have listened to Mark, you wouldn't be in this trouble. But Mark is the pessimistic guy. We gonna run up the bag because we greedy.
Am I able to leave the chat because I'm not a part of AGW? Like, can I leave now?
She said
Oh,
what
you
she
want to
had to
get out of
say.
here? Oh, you said
I
what you had to
mean,
say?
I said what I had to say. I stood on business. I kind of clarified a couple things. Some people agree, some don't, but ultimately, this is their interview, and I wasn't really trying to use this as promotion, but George told me about the live and said
Well,
things
I
that
mean,
didn't
you
add
said it
up.
already, so I mean, it's up to people. I'm just saying I don't know you, so it's not a promotion that
Right, and
I'm
this was
vouching
not
for.
supposed to be a
But
promo.
since you came up here, go shout your stuff out. I'm just not because I don't have a rapport with you. See, the thing that I learned from being on, but I know better than anyway, is people will buy something from somebody, and when shit don't work out for them, whether it was due to the fault of you or let's say you was doing the work and they didn't do the work, they
Mhm,
always come back to, well, man, I found them on your channel. You see, I had a
mhm,
whole situation about this shit a few weeks ago. So I don't, if you look with the amount of subscribers to get, if you go look at my description, I don't promote nobody.
mhm,
I sponsor all this, right? Because I
mhm.
don't want to deal with that. So I just give my disclaimer out since you up here. I'm gonna let you shout it. I'm just saying I don't know you. So if you're doing it, if they come to you, because I seen a few people in the chat said that they wanted your information. So I'm letting you do it. I'm just saying I don't. Me and you don't know
Okay.
each other. So it's at your own risk. So do your thing.
Absolutely. So, guys, if you are interested in either leasing or dispatching, a company that actually gives a fuck about the actual people that they're working with, someone that's not going to play with your money, not going to play with your bread, try to educate you in the meantime, feel free to reach out to me. Again, my name is Ty Walton. Tory Kid Logistics is my dispatching company. Jets Express Delivery Services is my authority. You can contact me via email at dispatch@torykid.com. Find me on Facebook, TK Logistics. That's pretty much it. Instagram at Tory Kid Logistics. I mean, y'all can find, I'm sure y'all gonna find my personals. I'm a real person. I have a real life outside of my business. 27 young, I'm gonna live my life. But at the same time, when it comes to business, I'm gonna stand on that.
And you say you out of where?
I'm out of Nashville, Tennessee. That's where I live.
Nashville, Tennessee. All right. All right,
Nashville.
y'all. So that she's in the chat. If y'all, I seen some people that, said they want to connect with you or whatever. So, it's all
Thank you,
good,
Ty.
man.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Later.
Now Mark. The funniest part is like I was watching your your YouTube videos in my car about the government contracts. I was watching the YouTube videos about the R&L carriers and all that like months ago. But you know, I followed the way you were saying it, but nothing was really coming through. So a lot of people I'm seeing, how you find that, how you find the Home Depot, how you find the Home Depot. I was telling George too. It's like just literally Google it, and then just stay there and just look, refresh the page, and then I found it, applied,
Mm-hmm.
and they hit me up the next day. So it is curbside. So they, we had orientation. They told us what the pay was. They told us how the work was, what you got to do. Um, they guaranteed you don't got to go in no house. You just got to leave it outside, and it's guaranteed money. So even if we do five trips, let's say, and it doesn't amount to the 625, they're gonna give you that. because it's guaranteed. So before I start anyway, I'm gonna ask questions. I'm gonna call him tomorrow again. I had planned a meeting with one of the I think like the district manager, just to confirm everything before Monday.
Yeah.
And he stated that again. He said it's gonna be guaranteed. So it's just gonna be me and George. I mean, at this point, I'm not working.
Well,
George is not working, so it's like,
well, that's good. I mean, once you get out there, if it really is curbside, both of y'all still do need to be on the truck so that y'all have a full understanding of what y'all investing in. Because
of course, yeah.
business, you should understand what you're investing in. If you don't understand what you're investing in, you shouldn't invest in it. So y'all will be out there. So both of y'all need to be on the truck regardless. And then if it is fully curbside, then y'all see that it's just a one-man operation. I think both of y'all need to be out here for at least a year. I think
Hmm.
one of the biggest things that, reasons that y'all had this tough of a year is because y'all came into it with a mind frame of, oh, we just gonna go buy a truck and put somebody in it. And I just think that mind frame in this current state of trucking is prehistoric. It just don't work like that no more. But
Okay.
anyway, you should want to be out there to know what it and understand what it takes to run your business. You know what I'm saying? So that job, having a job and all that stuff to me is just excuses. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because no one held a pistol to your head and said start a business. All right. You
No,
got to
you're
meet
right.
the needs of the
Right.
you got to meet the needs of the business. So it's either you can't be 1 foot in and 1 foot out in a business, especially at the beginning when you starting. You see what I'm saying? When a business is flowing and everything is going good, you've been in business for some years now and everything is running like a well-oiled machine, that's a little bit different. But at the beginning, no. No. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, George knows. You know what I mean? Like this business, for what it is, it cost me my job, and it's like that's something I was willing to accept. He knows that, and it's like, he knows the contributions that I've made, both of us together as a team. We made a lot of mistakes in these past 7 months now, but we learned. We definitely learned. Our pockets learned. His pockets learned. My pockets. Sometimes when I had to put money in, him as well. The times where we didn't sleep, tracking the truck. It's like I said. I'm 22. He's older than me. He's like a mentor and also a business partner. So it's like I'm just absorbing all of this knowledge, and it's like I'm learning. I'm only 22. It's not an excuse or nothing. And it's like we've done bad, but also good for people who've never been in this industry like I did with my dad. It didn't go good. It wasn't because of this. It was just more of like the way that our minds were. I'm someone who George knows how I am. My dad is very old school. He was very like against it. The dude has 9 houses. He has a business for over 35 years. Like he wasn't with none of this shit, bro.
he sounds like someone you should be quiet and listen to. And that's the issue. And that's the issue that I had with you when you first came on. I don't know your dad, but based off what you're telling me about your dad, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. What I'm seeing with you is you don't want to listen. If your dad is that successful, then you should listen to him. Listen, my mother was an educator. She was a teacher, knows nothing about business. A lot of the reasons why I am where I am today is because I listened to everything she told me. It was nothing about trucking, it's just life lessons. When you come across people that are older than you, that are wiser than you, that's been through life, you got to listen to them. It's a reason why your dad is where he is.
Yeah.
Y'all young guys in this generation, Generation Z, y'all want everything like this. And it don't happen like that. And y'all just don't like to listen. Y'all don't want to soak up game. So you got a successful entrepreneur in your house.
Not in my house, but in my
But
life, yeah.
in your life, he's your father. So
Hmm.
even just general basic business knowledge would have helped curved a lot of this stuff that you went through. Y'all need to create a business plan. Now, George, well, I have to hold you accountable where you the OG. I'm not giving my money. Listen, let me explain something to you. If you're gonna be the money and you're gonna trust him with the ops, and he's younger than you, he's young enough to probably be your grandson. It's your responsibility to stand on top of him. You just can't keep funneling the money out and you ain't getting results. You said, man, it's unlimited. Whether it's
No, it's
unlimited or
not.
not,
It's not. It's
okay,
not unlimited.
okay.
Let me rephrase that. Is is I got you, that type of thing. You know, I'm from the Bronx, so it's like I'm 57. I've done well with 401s, and so it's not unlimited. You know what I'm trying to say? So my situation, you're right. The bleeding has to stop, and me and Angel has had those conversations, and eventually, you know, if hypothetically, if I was to say I'm done with this, right? Hypothetically, you know what I mean? I'm still gonna be okay. But this is my responsibility that when I
You
first
can't
started
leave him
this,
hanging though. You can't leave him
no,
hanging. Now you in
that,
it.
and that's my point. And I think I'm more of a mentor. Like me and Angel, we're not like I don't follow him on social media. We're business partners. He's a young man, and yes, I look at him as a son, but I don't. It's not my job to parent to be his parent. So we have a good business relationship, but like going forward, yes, I need to hold myself accountable, and I guess this was the way for me to get the slap in the face and be like, listen, enough is enough. We need to come up with a business plan, and we have to make this work. And I said to myself that I'm going to make this work as if my life depended on it. Thank God it doesn't, but that's just my mentality right now. I so yeah, you're right. I mean,
So
you
so
I feel
so
yeah.
so it's not parenting. It's understanding where your investment is going and what's being done with it. So if you want to call it parenting, parent. Listen to me. I get pitched a lot of shit, right? And if I invest into somebody's idea, I want to know where my money is. I want to know what's going on. I'm going to nag you. I want reports. Why? Because my money is on. I don't play about my money, man, at all. I've stated this numerous of times on this channel. I don't give a fuck about nothing. All right? Don't fuck with my people. Don't mess with my money. That's it. So if I invest something into somebody's idea, I'm doing my due diligence because I want to know what's going on because my money is on the line. So you can call it parenting, you can call it nagging, you can call it tripping, you can call it tweaking, you can call it whatever. I'm keeping up with my bread, and when I see ain't shit going right, and you steady coming to me, and I see that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, what you came and you sold me on, that waterfall, that water fountain is gonna get cut off. It's gonna get cut off, and I'm gonna say, listen, some need to be fixed. We need to go back to the drawing board. You need to figure something out. I'm not gonna keep funneling money. I don't mind taking a loss, but I don't see no signs of the sun coming out no time soon because there's no plan. No plan. OTR, Amazon, now Final Mile.
I mean, our plan right now is to do curbside and Amazon.
That's not a
That was the
plan.
original plan,
That's not a
but we had to
plan.
pivot to over
Where's
the
your
road.
business plan? Where's your business plan?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Mark. You don't gotta I hear you loud and clear. You're
So
right.
this is what I'm gonna do for y'all. I'm gonna grant you access to I'm gonna give it to you, grant you access on my website. Sign up on my website so that way I can grant you access to how to create a business plan. Now,
Thank
I'm
you.
not gonna do the business plan for you, but I'm gonna give you the lecture on how to set it up and how to outline, and it's tailored specifically for box trucking. So it doesn't have any bullet points for sales and things like that. It's tailored specifically for box trucking. Now you have to hit me up because I'm not gonna go out and do it I'm not gonna go do it. You got to hit me so that I can do it. All right. And that's what
Hit
the
you the
first
same
thing.
way I hit you.
Sign up on my website, www.boxtruckcourses.com. Just sign up to get like the newsletter or something, so that I have you in there. I'll see your email in there, and then DM me your email so that I can go in there, pull up your profile, and grant you access to that box truck business plan. I'm going to give you that. All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And are you a member on my channel or no? Because if you're a
No.
member, you could just go to. So if you're not a member, if you're a member, you can
Well,
see it. But if not, huh? Go
you
ahead.
mean the paid membership?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So I'll grant you access to it. So then, boom. From there, follow that lecture, set you up a business plan. Understand what's going on out here in these box truck streets. The business plan is going to help you start the right way because it's going to force you to do the research that y'all haven't done. I want to see this business plan. I want to see this business plan.
We're gonna start working on it tomorrow.
What's y'all like? What was y'all goals going into this? Like, where do y'all see yourself in 5 years with this?
I'll let Angel go first.
I mean, George's plan from the beginning was to, retire and use it as a seed money, essentially. My plan was to come in, you know, fulfill the plan that I had with him, and just run it from there. Just
So, look, I wanted to start this trucking business because it's something that I always wanted to do.
yeah,
So, obviously, it's not so much. Yeah, I know the margins are very, 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 very small. So at this point now, what I'm looking to do going forward is to get this business plan and just start paying back some debt and eventually scale. Eventually, but not no time soon, because I know there's strength in numbers. I know we can't eat off of one box truck. We know that. But if we can't get one truck right, I'm not getting another one until we get this one truck right.
Yeah, that I'm glad you understand that because that's another thing I talked about. I talk about, what I'm saying. If you're not seeing success in one truck, you're not going to see success in the second. So y'all have to figure out how to become profitable in the first truck and then duplicate that. Y'all are a little ways away, and it's two of y'all too. It's two of y'all, which means that's two people that's got to eat and still cash flow the business. So y'all dynamic is a little bit different. If you want, I would give you my honest opinion, but you probably ain't gonna want to hear what I gotta say. I feel like that what I really want to say is probably I shouldn't. I'm just gonna keep it to myself.
Say it. I'm good. I'm good with that.
Nah, I think I'm a.
what would you do?
Who me?
Yeah, if you were in our position right now.
I wouldn't have a partner,
Okay.
and I just don't think it's enough margin. I don't think it's enough room. I think if you did your own, and I'm not telling this to break you. I'm just keeping it 1,000.
Of
I
course, yeah.
believe if you went and you did your thing, and he went and did his thing, I think both of y'all would probably be more successful independently than you would be together.
Why do you say that?
Because one, just listen to the story, both of y'all relying on each other for results. You calling him, somebody call you, they call you, you call him. Y'all don't even have structure within the company on, okay, well,
I
I'm
mean, I
handling
was
this,
coming
this,
here
and
to
this.
report to him, not
I hear
to
what you
ask him what
said,
to do.
but here's the thing. If it's two of y'all, one of y'all should be considered operations, fleet. I'll deal with HR. I'll deal with this. I'll deal with that. So boom. If a driver calls, if I got a partner and I'm deemed the fleet guy that handles all the issues while the trucks are on the road, then I'm the person that individual call. And when he calls me, I'm able to rectify that situation. I'm not going to call this person to see what he thinks and rectify. The reason why this person's calling me is because I've already been deemed that person to call. So I can rectify that situation.
Yeah, but so the only reason I called George is to inform him of everything that's going on, and he
I hear
knows
what
that.
you
Call
I
him
hear
to
what you
bother
said.
me, like, yo,
I
what
hear
do I
what you
do?
said.
What do I do?
I hear what you said, but when you said he called you, but then you called him, but he was in Turks and Caicos or wherever you said he was. So you had to take care. It was a situation where you said you got called and then you called him to figure out what to, because you said you didn't know what to do, but you found he was on a cruise. So then you had to do whatever. Y'all had a lot of situations, but I remember
Yeah,
that.
we did.
So
100%.
y'all don't even have structure amongst yourself. Well, man, who handles what? I just
Now we
think,
do.
man, I just think in order for y'all to see success with two people in this industry, it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take a lot. And I'm not saying this to be facetious. I'm
Hmm.
not saying this. I'm just being honest.
Of course, yeah.
Most of the people that you see come out that have somewhat of some some success now, it's them on their truck. A lot of those people are in this chat right now, and they're listen. I do a poll often. The average box trucker is grossing $2,000 to $3,000 a week. Now let's be modest and take 60 to 70% away for that for cost. Now you still got a cash flow before you pay yourself,
Hmm.
and it's two of y'all. So in
Yeah.
order for y'all to really see money, and I'm keeping it funky with you because I also talk about living. You said you lost your job, so you kind of somewhat dependent on this, right, to fund your living, your life, right, your lifestyle, right, Angel, right?
Me right now, yes and no.
Okay, so are you still at home?
Yeah,
All right. What's the what? How much does it cost you to live a month?
1,400.
Can you go 2 years without getting paid
Nah.
from this box truck business?
From this boxer business, yes, I can.
So you can go 2 years without getting paid.
Doing what I'm doing right now, which is just, running it, assigning a driver to it, booking the load. Yeah, 100%. But come Monday, me and George said, well, we're not doing that no more. We gotta
Okay,
just go
so
after, you know.
you're gonna get on the truck. So what about so y'all got two trucks or just one right now?
So this is the game plan because we had a game plan after all the incidents happened. Essentially, it's our guy Jose. Amazon is
Mm-hmm.
midnight, so Jose is gonna
Mm-hmm.
run Amazon at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Me and George, depending if they need one person, two people, we're gonna do curbside. So that's how we're gonna run it. One person does daytime, which is me driving, and George is gonna be the helper slash whatever he wants to do. But that's the game plan. Just both of us in the truck, and then our driver doing Amazon at night.
For the same truck or a different truck?
The same truck.
Not gonna work. Ask me
Even though
why. Ask me
why
why.
why
What time is load out for Home Depot?
they said it's between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m.
What time does your truck usually come back from Amazon?
10 a.m.
How's it gonna work? See, this is why I say you're talking to a vet.
Hmm.
That shit don't even make sense. You just out even out your own mouth, it didn't make sense. It's not gonna work. It's impossible.
Well, it's 6 a.m.
It's
to 8 p.m.
it's impossible. If loadout is at 6 and the
Mhm.
Amazon truck doesn't come back to 10 a.m., how is it gonna work?
That scenario is not going to work. It's not. I mean,
Listen, y'all need to stop, go back to the drawing board, and figure some shit out. Y'all don't have a plan. Y'all just doing shit. It's not gonna work. It's impossible. Even if it was cutting it close, it's not gonna work because shit changes every day. Nothing is consistent with Amazon. You might be doing this many stops, this many stops. You may go to this place, that place tomorrow. Loadout is at 6. You should really be there at 5:30. If you really know what you're doing, you should be there at 5:30. You can get in there at 5:30, but let's say it's at 6. You ain't getting back to 10 anyway. So I don't even know where y'all thought this was gonna work. It's not. So what was the point of going through all that? I'm just trying to figure it out.
We did Amazon thinking there was gonna be a peak pay. Obviously, there wasn't.
No. We ain't talking about that no more. You said Monday y'all start there. I already peeped this like 30 minutes ago. I just had to get up to this point.
Okay.
So that's when I'm asking you how many trucks you running. You said, man, you gonna have Buddy. You got Buddy. He's running Amazon at night right now, currently, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's why I asked you how many trucks you running. You said one, so you gonna have him run at night, and then y'all gonna do Home Depot in the morning. I already know this shit wasn't gonna work. I was just building up to this point. And you just said it. You just answered. You just said it out your own mouth. So I'm just trying to figure out what truck was you finna take to Home Depot, uh, 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 or AIG logistics Monday morning. What truck was you finna take there at 6 a.m.?
We wasn't gonna book nothing for Monday to see what times they needed us for.
Listen, if you're
Like
gonna
I
do
said,
this, it's going to be one or the other. You're not gonna be able to do both of them.
yeah, me and George have
It's
had the discussion already. We're
it's
prepared to not
either
do Amazon.
it's going to either be Amazon or it's going to be
Yeah, we talked about it
Final
already. We're
Mount.
Amazon. We already discussed it.
So which
We
one
were
y'all
just
gonna do?
waiting to see, what the. That's why that phone call's so important tomorrow, because that's when they're gonna break down exactly the times that I need to be there, everything. You
So
understand? We
I'm
told them,
I'm 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 leaning toward the AIT. That's what I'm leaning towards.
yeah, because they told we let them know already. We let AIT know we're like, listen, we run Amazon at night. There's like there's a slight possibility that it could work, but we're gonna give you more information as the days go by, and tomorrow is
Listen to
that
me.
day. So
Listen to
we're
me.
gonna see.
Listen to me. Look at me. I'm giving you the information now. It's not gonna work. It's impossible. Your truck is not gonna be back by 6 a.m.
No, that's not.
So get it out your mind. See, this is what I'm saying, young man. Y'all young guys, y'all have these big dreams. Listen, I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. Like, deal in reality. This is business.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you keep getting into trouble, because you trying to do too much. No, it's not gonna work, bro. It's not. You're gonna sign up for too many things, you're gonna mess something up. And you're gonna burn a bridge either with Amazon, or you're gonna burn a bridge with
AIT.
Yeah,
AIT. So it's either you're gonna have to pick one or the other. You only got one
AIT
truck.
right now is
You
AIT.
you 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 can do what you want. I'm just keeping it a buck with you until you can get that thought out your head. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So if you go with AIT, go with AIT. But understand, find out if it's curbside or if it's fully white glove. Because if it's fully white glove, I'm gonna be honest with you. You what, 57?
Yeah.
I don't know. So, but yeah, figure that out, man. So, man, y'all got any questions for me? Now's the
No.
time,
I
man.
mean,
Get them out now, man.
just
Get them out
appreciate the
now.
opportunity. Well,
yeah.
like I say,
Come,
like I say,
come on. Go ahead.
this, this is a box truck business. Um, Fairly new. I'll be the first one to say I didn't know what I was doing, and I probably still don't know what I'm doing. But I'm willing to learn. Go back, listen to all the live streams. Like, there's no shame in my game. I'm good. You know. This is a great opportunity for Angel. You know, and we're gonna keep pushing, man. We're gonna keep pushing.
Angel, what's up with you, man? You sound like you
Nah,
got some questions, Angel. Get your questions out. I know you got some questions, man.
I mean, not really questions. Just like I'm just thankful for the opportunity. For having us on. The people in the comments. That's what I've been doing. I keep reading. I mean, a lot of these people, saying what they're saying, and it's cool. I got nothing against it. It's just, they have more experience than me and George do. So it's like I can't really be mad and say nothing. I just
So,
gotta take it.
so,
Understand.
so, so I'm gonna teach you something, Angel, because I always give you teachable moments. Not once have I looked at the comments. Not once. You know why? Because it's not about them. It's about us. And
Not yet.
that's
Of
what,
course.
listen, just listen to me. That's what Mark is saying. Like, get out those comments, man. Who cares what they saying, man? We getting some jewels. We gonna regroup and we gonna do us. I didn't listen. I ain't look at those comments. I don't look. Come on, I don't got time for that.
Angel, the main reason a lot of the shit that you in now is because you in Facebook, social media, and shit like that. I'm glad none of this shit existed. I mean, if I would have had a mentor or something like that, a person like me, back when I got started, it probably would have helped me a little bit. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm also thankful that it didn't exist because this social media shit with y'all, it hurts y'all. A lot of that shit running to Facebook hurting you. Like finding people on Facebook and all this shit. And I know the young lady in here, and I don't, the young lady that was in here earlier. I don't want you to think that I'm just older, and I'm older. I'm stuck in my ways. And when I say Facebook, me personally, I'm not running to Facebook. Why? Because if there's something that I need to learn, I'm going to more credible sources. And I'm not saying there's not people on Facebook that may not be credible, because a person may come to YouTube and say, "Oh man, the people on YouTube, right, are not credible." But I'm not going to invest into someone. The information I give is free. You can take this information, you can do your due diligence and see if this information is valid, or you can find a person who is tenured in the space and they have a bunch of people vouching for them, or you get a referral from someone who you feel is well knowledgeable in the industry. If they give you a referral, man, you go follow this person, go watch this person. You know what I'm saying? But some of the decisions that you made as far as entrusting into people that you found online when it comes to your bread, that was a very, very, very novice rookie mistake. And it came from a lack of you doing your own due diligence. You didn't even do due diligence on the people. Like, this is the internet age, the era of scamming. And y'all got your own authority. Yeah, Amazon wouldn't have worked for y'all. But you saying the young lady made y'all a shit ton of money. So regardless of the 20%, if you saying she's making you a shit ton of money, why just not stick with that?
I wanted to, but we made an agreement, and
Better agree. I hear, see, and that's the part you said that early, but I don't understand what the agreement you made. If one thing is working for you, why are you making an agreement with other people? Because now this other agreement that you made with these other people took you for a ride. If
Yeah, it
shit
was a
is
rough.
working, if
it
shit
was
is
it was
working,
it was just that we weren't me and George weren't on the same mindset. To
th-
say
th-
it that way. I wanted to do over the road. He wanted to do Amazon, so I felt like
so
most of the time it was me saying, "Let's do over the road, let's do over the road," and I felt like I wanted him to also put an input in, and he said he wanted Amazon, so I said, "Okay, George, you know, I'll let you rock," and he found the person that charged him the money, and unfortunately, that's what happened. But at the end of the day, it's like
and,
it's on both of us. It's not on him. It's
and
not on me. It's on both of us. So it's
and
like,
that's what I'm saying with this whole business relationship thing. Y'all not even on the same accord. Y'all not on the same page. And one of the main reasons because you don't have a plan. If you have a plan, you agree to the plan, then y'all stick to the script.
hmm
If shit,
we should have stayed doing OTR. We were making money with her, but you know,
so and I don't understand. But see, here goes the dynamic of he's the money.
you're
Me,
right.
the way I was raised, and I was raised, and I've said this before. My OG always told me, "God bless the child that's got his own." I can't speak for y'all. You see what I'm
hmm
saying? But if he's the bread, that's something that you're gonna have to deal with, especially if he's putting up footing the bill. The person who
Yeah,
footing the bill is they way of the highway.
of course,
The
yeah.
the majority shareholder has to say so at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So if he made that decision, then yeah, then shame on him. Because if something was working for y'all, why would y'all switch it? What y'all got to understand too is y'all bought a really, really old truck. That truck is going to have issues. Going back to the beginning part, like everything, once y'all bought that truck should have went through a full however many point inspection. And y'all should have had the capital and been willing to invest the capital, knowing that y'all got a truck off of Facebook Marketplace for a very low amount to be able to invest whatever needed to be invested before y'all put that truck out on the road. Y'all didn't do that because y'all didn't have the working capital. That truck should be local anyway. You shouldn't even be thinking about over the road with that truck unless you do a full haul over of that truck inside and out.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you're not
That's my
willing to
reason.
invest, if you're not
That's
willing
my
to
reason
invest
for
it,
not going over the road.
okay,
I'm sorry.
but
That was my reason for not wanting to go over the road anymore because, like you just said, your point is valid. I know it's an older truck, and I know that it has an expiration date. So that's why I didn't want it to go over the road.
it doesn't necessarily have an expiration date because there's older trucks over the road now. But if you bought that truck, you also had to have in mind that you should have been willing to invest whatever needed to be go into it to make sure that it was ready to run. When you had it taken to GMC, they told you everything that was wrong with it. Why? Because it was at the manufacturer's dealer. They're gonna tell you everything. That's the place you will really want it at. If you're gonna send it on the road, what made you want to bring it off the road is because you sent it over the road and it was having too many issues because you was running hard and that truck wasn't in shape to run that hard over the road. That's what forced you to take it off the road.
Yeah, you're right.
So, you have to understand, like, initially, if y'all didn't want to put the money into it, y'all shouldn't have even been thinking about over the road from the beginning. Y'all should have just been straight thinking local from the get-go. But y'all two need to come listen. Y'all two need to sit down face to face, not over the phone, not over Zoom. Y'all need to sit down together at Starbucks or something, and y'all need to
That's
build this business plan. And y'all need to look each other now. Y'all need to feel each other's energy. That phone shit, no. Y'all need to be in the same room with each other.
we do that, of course.
All right, because y'all not here. Come up with this business plan, start fresh, and make better decisions. Stop looking in the chat, stop going to Facebook for shit. When you do your business plan, you need to understand what's going on in your market. You in New Jersey, New York. Y'all probably don't even need a box truck. Y'all probably need to start with a damn cargo van. Y'all also need, I don't know about you, George, but uh is it Alex? I'm sorry.
Angel.
Angel, you at home. Y'all also need to be prepared to not make any money for a nice amount of time. It's two of y'all. It's not enough room to make money to pay both of y'all. And if you're looking to get paid off of this, the only way you're gonna get paid, Angel, is if you run the truck.
That's what I'm gonna do.
And even if you run the truck, it still may not be enough to pay you a livable wage. Because what you have to understand is that truck still needs some work. Y'all need to build your cash flow up. Y'all don't have any cash flow. Have you been accounting for how much money you've been pulling from your family?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Do you should know that number off top.
Yeah, I know the numbers. I'm not gonna. I know the numbers. Absolutely, I know the numbers.
All right. So, do you have a plan to be able to pay that back?
Yeah.
You have a plan?
I do.
Okay. Do you mind sharing it?
Yeah. You just kind of told us that obviously there's not enough margin for anyone to make a living off the truck, which I
No.
knew that.
No. That's not what I said.
Two people, I should say, two people. But I'm not looking right now.
Not with one truck. Not with
Yeah.
one truck. You understand y'all dynamic. It's two of y'all.
Yeah. So my game plan.
The business still has to cash flow. And
Yeah.
part of the expenses now is paying back the money that you've been borrowing. Now, let me ask you this before you answer that. When you borrow this money, how do you funnel it into the business?
So I haven't yet.
What do you mean you haven't? You've been running
What do
at
you
a
mean?
loss. The money
Yeah,
that you've been
yeah.
taking from your family, how have you been putting it into the business?
Well, it helped purchase the truck.
No, no, no.
It helped.
How have you been giving it to the business?
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Do you just transfer? Is it cash? How do you do it?
Yeah, sometimes it's cash. Yeah.
Stop that. No,
Sometimes.
don't do that. Don't do that. Write the business a check. You have to have accounting for it because you have to pay it back. Listen, when you loan the business money, that's considered income. It's a taxable event. So you have to have your checks and balances in order. You write the business a check from George Holman to AGW Trucking LLC, and the memo loan $1,000. So now when you deposit this check into the bank, it falls under the statement because you have to pay yourself back. But if there's no accounting for it, how is the CPA gonna know what this is for? You have to account for this stuff because all that money that you're putting in there is income. You following what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to do it the right way. You need to write checks to the business.
Okay.
Do you have to set a payment plan to pay yourself back? You know why you need to pay yourself back this way?
Tax purposes.
You need to write it off. The money the income that came in, you need to pay yourself back as a write off. So it's like cross cancellation. It's income coming in, it's a credit coming in, but you need to debit it coming out.
So you're talking about just the business taxes, not my personal taxes.
Listen. No, well, your personal taxes, you're writing that off too as a loan to the business. Another
Okay.
thing y'all need to get is a CPA because it's too y'all
No, we have.
dynamic is a little bit different. But you're that's why I wanted to ask you because just listening to the rest of your story, I was just curious to know how all this money that you've been investing into the business, how you've been putting it in the business. But now since I know you've been putting it mostly like cash and shit like that, and no, you need to stop doing that. You need to everything needs to be accounted for. Write a check. If you
I can.
borrow money from somebody in your family, have them write you a check. Or have them write the check to the business. Or if you want to streamline it, write you a check and then you write that check to the business.
Well, we're meeting with the CPA probably this week. We have one. Thank you for that
Right.
advice, though.
Yeah. So yeah, man. So I yeah, I want y'all to win, man. But I think y'all need to start from the beginning. Y'all truck paid off. I think y'all really need to sit down because then you don't want to start this accounting and breakdown. I think y'all got some issues with the truck that y'all need to get fixed. I think y'all need to come up with a business plan. I think y'all need to come to some type of understanding. I think y'all need to come to understand that y'all may not see any money for a nice little minute. In order for y'all to really make money, y'all gonna probably have to be about 3 to 4 trucks, probably 4. And y'all still owe the people money, the workers money, and y'all got limited cash flow right now, right?
Yeah.
Under 5.
It's a little more than that. A little more than that.
All right, well, yeah. And y'all, I'm gonna tell you something. Who you got running Amazon at night?
Jose.
Lay him off. Y'all let him go. Can't afford him. So even if y'all do Amazon at night and don't do AIT, one of y'all gonna have to run Amazon at night. You can't afford a worker. You can't afford him right now. You never could afford him. He shouldn't be out there right now. Y'all sitting here talking to me. One of y'all should be on that truck. And that's a fact, though. You 22. You shouldn't be sitting here talking to me. You should be out on that truck. Yeah, you gotta lay him off. It's gonna be rough too, because you owe him bread. But yeah, you can't afford him. And y'all sitting up here talking to me. It's just a fact, though. So, man, I want to do a follow up with y'all, man. Y'all are a project, man. So we're gonna see if we can turn y'all around, man. Angel, you need to snap out of it. Angel,
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm
you,
listening
you
to you.
need you need to snap out of it, bro.
Not out of what?
Whatever zone you in, it's just you're not as excited as you was when you first called in. When you said, "Man, this guy's making us look bad." That guy.
I'm just listening to you. That's all I'm doing right now, and absorbing whatever you're telling me.
So, man, when y'all gonna lay Buddy off? Y'all need to be calling him right now, telling him don't come in.
Well, I got him booked the whole week, so
Like, shit, you need to be running that truck tomorrow. Just because you got him booked on me, listen to me. You can't afford him. What do you mean you got him booked? Is it his company or is it your company?
it's my company.
Do you logically think you can afford to pay him right now?
This week,
George, can you afford to
No,
pay him?
no, we
So y'all
can't.
need to let him go. Y'all ain't paying him. Y'all gotta let him go. Y'all should be on the truck. Y'all don't even have the margin to pay him. Y'all still. I could keep going. It's a bunch of things that I could tell y'all.
Mhm.
We'll be here another 3 hours. I'm just thinking of a lot of the stuff that was coming up that I was keeping in my mental notes to bring up at the end. Yeah. Y'all need to cut back. Anything you can cut it. Like the song, cut it, cut it, cut it. You need to cut it. Cut it, cut it. You need to cut it.
Mhm.
Them prices way too high. You need to cut it. Them prices way too high. How much you paying Julio? What's his name? Juan?
His name, hey, his name's Jose.
Jose, how much you paying him a day?
170
Times how many days? Y'all running Amazon how many days?
Monday through Saturday. But I mean, shit, Amazon canceled 2 loads last night, so
And how much you pay him? Did they cancel before he was in the truck on the way there?
they canceled it before. He was at home. He was at home.
So y'all didn't
They
pay
can
him, right?
No, hell no. Nope.
They gave you 175, right? Or did they cancel it before the 2 hours?
They canceled it before the 2 hours. A day
All
before,
right, so
actually.
if he running a full week, y'all paying him 1,020.
Yeah, but he hasn't done that in about the 2 weeks that we've been doing Amazon so far already under our authority.
All right, so y'all need to cut him. Angel is probably you need to be out there running. And George, you need to run with him. Y'all both just need to be out there. If y'all stay with Amazon. Or
Yeah, so
this is what you should do. Once you get your business plan, is Amazon working for y'all right now?
it's only paying gas and bills. That's it, and him.
Okay, so all right, before we get off the call, let's just do this real quick. You said gas and bills and him. It's paying how much
Yep.
a day?
You said what?
How much are you grossing a day with this Amazon?
I'll tell you right now. Let me see. 152 on the 16th.
One
Let's
162.
yeah, for the day.
That's what y'all netted after
Yeah.
costs.
Look, lows is low. The low is paying 472, 200 miles. That's $2.40 a mile. We
And you
put
paid
95 fuel in the truck, 65 of insurance a day. Drivers 170. Yeah, net one something. I got it right here.
what? And what's your worker's name again? I don't want to mess it up.
Jose.
Jose. And you pay him 170, right?
Yeah,
All right. Now, if you would have been on that truck, then that would have been 332.
I got everything right here. Let me see. Last week, how much did we net? 29. What's this? 29. Go to January.
Because you said
22.
162, and that's not paying y'all self. Well, of course not, right?
No.
So no room. So
20 to 26.
how much is that final mile contract paying daily? You said it was dedicated, right? Guaranteed, right?
Yeah, guaranteed 625, working 6 days a week.
That's too low. And that's curbside, right?
Yeah. See, it
What?
says
How many stops did they tell you?
they said between. I got it. Hold on. Between 6 to 10.
That's it
Yeah, and it's
for
only
New.
a 65-mile radius. Nothing more than that.
That's it for New Jersey. It's in New Jersey or New York?
New Jersey.
Oh, then that's why. Yeah, 6 to 10. Then yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and it's only a
That's fair.
65-mile radius. Nothing more than that.
And
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 if
that's a
he
six.
said if there's more than 65 miles, then we can negotiate the rate.
And that's a 6 day a week dedicated, right?
Yeah. So like this Amazon thing right now. Last week, I mean, we did what is this? We did 23. You know, he only took 610, and then we were left with like what is this? Like 931, I believe. If I'm looking at this right, yeah. And
Yeah.
then all of the
So
bills,
go ahead.
gas,
Hmm.
the rates are low right now. I mean, it's
I mean
January.
the rates are the rates.
They are, yeah,
The
they
rates
are.
are the rates. The
But
margins are
we
small.
knew, we knew going into this Amazon thing. I was talking to George. You know, he can tell you as well. We knew it was gonna be low. That's what everybody else is saying. But we rather do that than have the truck sitting.
So do try to final mile thing if it's guaranteed for 37. Let damn
Because the
hold.
plan is for me to drive it and George to be there with me as a helper. Because they said you need a helper, whether it's one person or two people. In order for you to get that contract, you need two people. I
All right,
got
well,
uniform and
do
everything.
the two people. But here's the thing: if it's a curbside contract and it's only paying 37.50, listen, that's a one man job. I mean, you
Mhm.
can do it, but here I want you to think if you had put two people out there, that's just no. But go out
Yeah,
there. Y'all both need to go out there anyway to learn. If that's gonna pay more than the Amazon,
it is. Yeah.
uh, definitely, uh, definitely, do that. Take advantage of that. Lay your work off. I would lay him off like today. I mean, you can let him finish out if you want to, but like that, when I told you that, like your whole, well, man, he's already scheduled for the week. Listen, is you a businessman or is you like a captain save him? At the end of the day, eventually you're gonna have to learn to be, a little bit more shrewd out here. It's unfortunate because you put him in this situation and you still owe him money. You know what I'm saying? But y'all are in a situation where y'all can't afford to have nobody work for y'all, especially if you haven't even paid this person. So y'all really being bogus to him. Y'all need to go ahead and just let him go somewhere else where he has much more job security, and y'all need to get in there and do what y'all need to do. Y'all ain't even thinking about hiring nobody. All right. Other than that, man, I think I've given you enough jewels, gems. Start on that business plan. Hopefully, in a month, y'all can hit me up in a DM, and hopefully we you see some results, man. Just don't take this conversation that we had tonight for granted. Take the shit that you saw in the chat as just tough constructive criticism.
Of
and
course,
just
yeah.
you that tough constructive criticism, you earned it. Because you did not do the due diligence that is required
Yeah, and that's
of
what I told you in the beginning
of a
when I got on
business
the call.
professional. All
Yeah,
right, but there's no excuses.
I know. Yeah, I
No
owned up to what I
excuses.
told you. It was something that could have been prevented, but we did it. So we
There's a
just gotta.
lot of there's a lot of free lectures that you can watch on YouTube, business one-on-one lectures. Don't stop like you need to educate yourself. Because now even if you're coming into this space is competitive. Business is shrewd and it's competitive. That's why I don't be lighthearted. Well, not lighthearted. This is why aggressive when we do this and hold
Yeah,
people accountable, because business is tougher than these accountability sessions. Business is a lot more tougher. And you have to understand that. And you know, that's what it is. So I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the chat. I appreciate Ty, if she's still in here. I appreciate her. Don't be mad. You know what I'm saying? Don't be mad. Fly Ty. It's all good in the hood. I appreciate everybody in the chat. If y'all got any parting words,
I just thank you for having us on the call. We knew what it was when we got on, but just gonna take your words and implement them.
Keep in touch, man. They saying you lazy, bro.
I
Y'all want to
read them.
answer a few? Y'all want to answer some? I mean, you in the chat. I'll let you answer a few questions. I'll give you 3 questions to answer,
All
because
right.
I usually do that. Hey, Mike G, I saw you call up, but I'm not pulling anybody up today because it's a testimonial.
Um,
It's day.
I
So
gotta I
maybe the
gotta do
next
it
show.
called Anthony Caruso. Shout him out. He's asking. He said, "Has Angel said anything about driving the truck?" Yeah, I just said that I'm gonna drive the truck. So
He's gonna drive the truck.
yeah, I'm gonna
When
drive the
he
truck. I mean, and I've been driving. You guys, George, we hauled ass, man. We went through that stupid ass bridge in Virginia on high winds. We almost went underwater and died. Like we did that. We drove from New Jersey to Virginia and came back the same day. So it's like I ain't here just with my feet up doing nothing. So, but people could talk
what
whatever they want to talk.
what they saying though is you should have been driving the whole time.
Yeah, but like I said, once again, I had a job and George had a job. Now I'm doing this because I don't have a job. You know what I mean? I was making good money, but they let me go and they said, listen, your priorities are not here. Your priorities are on your job. I was at my job answering phone calls about the business. I was at my job booking loads for the business. I was making good money. I was a parts manager at BMW. You know what I mean? And I'm only 22, so it's like it's unfortunate, but like I told George, you live and you learn, and that was just God's calling, telling me to do this full time. So,
They saying, man,
but
Mark, please don't end this live. They want y'all to keep talking. Like I
yeah.
like I can keep going, but I don't want to keep going, man. I just
And
want to let
then
them live. Go ahead.
pull up my man's the card flip. He says Angel sounds like he started watching Box Show Shorty. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was up in the warehouse at 2 in the morning working Amazon, and I came across this video one time, like 2 years ago. I was like, yo, this is cool. So that's what I did. My whole intention, mind you, this was before Amazon implemented that new rule where you had to wait 6 months. My whole intention was to do Amazon from the jump. But then, Amazon came in and said, y'all gotta do 6 months, blah, blah, blah. And then, things happen. One more you said. Telling you, but I was like,
I mean, you can answer whatever questions. I just said 3. I mean, you want to answer a few more? Go ahead. They want you to stay on. So I've never listen.
no,
Out of
I got
all the live streams I said, I've never had people say, "Man, Mark, no, let's do 2 more hours." Like this is the first time, man. So
my
they
guy, my
kind of
guy Truth out here. He said, CEO Angel say, I can't drive the trucks, but I can tell you how to do it. Man, I drove the trucks. Like I said, I went to Vermont. So I'm not driving no big rigs like you, but I drive the 26 footers. It's like, I got to do it. I don't care. I drove to Vermont in a snowstorm, came back the same day. George knows, like, at the end of the day. But I can stay on. I don't got an issue. This is, like, comical to me, just reading this shit. But he said, Angel gonna pop in an old folks home. That's crazy. I won't do that to my man, George. Angel probably got one broken down truck, and he marks telling lies. I don't know what that means. My truck is not broken down, right, George? We getting
No,
work.
no. Enough of
Well,
that, man. Appreciate the opportunity, Mark. Man. Get out those
Yeah, but
comments.
You reading the
like I said,
wrong comments. I wanted you to answer
which one? You
questions
pick one for
that
me.
no, I was asking people if they had any questions. I wasn't gonna pick questions like that. I was gonna pull up questions like, man, what's your plan? What's your plan to scale? Uh, 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 do you
This
do
guy
you
Truth is crazy. You need to take a step back and learn the
you got
game.
you got to understand? A lot of the people in the chat are semi. It's like Truth is a semi truck driver, so you gotta
Oh,
understand these semi guys. They're gonna be they're hard on box truck guys.
okay.
Two,
Can-
they gonna
can-
hold you accountable if you don't know what the hell you talking about because y'all taking their parking spaces and shit like that at the Loves.
You semi guy. So you recommend I get my CDL? Yes or no? I'm 22. What you think? Let me know.
You asking
What's your,
me?
I'm asking the semi dudes in the chat.
They gonna say yeah. I mean, Truth was a box trucker. He left and switched over to semi. He had he came up a few weeks ago on a call-in show and talked about he had some similar. It wasn't from what I remember, it wasn't like how y'all's was, but I think a lot of people. Here's the thing, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's unfortunate, man. I hate talking about this because I sound like a broken record, and
Hmm. You say yes. Somebody said hell no.
I think a lot of people that come into business now they invest into things they don't understand. They don't go about it the right way. You're
Okay.
just a classic example, and a lot of people have similar situations like yours. It may not be the exact same story, but it's they didn't enter into the business the correct way, right?
Hmm.
Um, I just think y'all story was out of all the testimonials that I've done, y'all by far number
What?
one. Number as far as you know, it's keeping the engagement because of the story. Like y'all have the most entertaining story. All right, it's educational. There's a lot of education you can take out of it, but the entertainment part is the lack of the things that you guys should have did
Hmm.
initially getting into the business. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? So uh, that's why it was important for me to pull out different point parts. I had to stop you and slow you down because I had to, you know, hold you accountable so that the person who's watching this,
Hmm.
who's not in the chat, right, because they're shamed and they're scared because they're trying to learn, they don't have the box truck,
Hmm.
is to say what you did and then come in and say what you should have did so they not only know not what to do
Yeah, of
what to avoid but what to do if they ever got into some of these situations. All right, so
course.
but yeah, I think I'm gonna end it, man, because the chat, you in the chat, I don't think you can handle it right now.
Who?
You
Me or
can handle
George?
it.
I'm chilling right now, man.
George
This ain't
George George chilling, man. I think
we all know. I'm 22. I was born in this trolling era. I troll myself,
I
so it's like
I
this ain't
don't really. The only troll I seen in here was Axel, and I don't know if the moderators put him on timeout. I don't see him anymore.
Well, listen,
Um,
there's a lot of positive. I just figured out how to get to the comments, and honestly, there's a lot of good things, man. Like people got some substance out of this, man. Like I say, I got nothing to hide, man. I'm George Homan, man. I'm G. This is me, I'm kind of
yeah.
like,
Me what it was, right? When we came in
I
this.
came on here because, like I say, we had a story to tell. Yeah, I admit it was all over the place in the beginning. 57, so I'm losing a little bit of my memory, but I got a lot out of this. It made me realize that yo, done a lot of things wrong, and if we want to continue to do this, there's going to be a lot of sacrifice and hard work. It's that simple.
Yep.
Sacrifice, hard work, listening, studying, getting a business plan, making sure before we sign a contract that we know what we're doing, knowing the terminology, all of that stuff. And me and Angel, we gonna meet at Starbucks sometime tomorrow, and we gonna get our shit together. It's that
Yep.
simple.
Of course. Let me shout out my boy Vincent Anderson, by the way. He said, appreciate you, George and Angel, for you guys on air tonight. You giving me a lot of motivation. Thank you. You
So
got him.
so did I want this to be entertaining? Not necessarily, because I don't want to be. I don't want this to go down as the number one clown
Yeah,
show in the history of
nah,
Martin Luther. Like I don't,
nah.
because that's not like
Mhm,
everybody has these acronyms. They stand on business. Listen, I'm gonna give a shout out, if you don't mind, to my Lord and
mhm,
Savior Jesus Christ, and
Yep.
I put everything in His hands. This is money. This is a box truck. All this stuff is gonna disappear. But as we live our daily lives, we still everything I do to this point, and I tell my daughter, I do for the glory of God. And
Sure.
Angel's 22. He could learn from me. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm pretty much
mhm,
done in a few years. You know what I'm trying to say? Um,
mhm,
yeah, I'm good. I'm good. But my goal is to get him on the right track, because our goal is, especially him, is to duplicate what his fathers did. Get real estate, you know, and leverage the money we make to do other things, you know? So like, how can I say it? This was, to me, this was a blessing. I didn't even think I had the stamina to be on this thing for 3 hours, man. I'm ready to go to
So
bed.
but to do what you said, like y'all gotta work like dogs, man.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So if you and you especially if you said what 5 years, you got to work like a dog.
Yeah. You know
So
what?
you
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You know, I'm gonna be transparent. I've been blessed, man. I've been blessed, man, and you know, it's how can I say it? Um, yeah, it's gonna get better, man. It's gonna get better. Like I say, because without work, you can't do anything, you know? So,
yeah.
you know, like I said, we're gonna regroup, we're gonna take what we learned from you. Angel knows that he gotta get himself in the truck. I know what I need to do. And we're gonna get this we gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right. You know, we're gonna get it right. Like I don't want like how can I say it? I just don't want like, we ain't come on here to be clowns, like especially me. Like I stand on what I stand on is I made a
No,
lot of mistakes.
you're
And it is
not
what it is.
clown. There's gonna be listen. You gotta understand. There's gonna be some entertain. You know, I crack a few jokes. You already know
Yeah,
that. You know
nah.
what I'm saying? But
It's
but
all
you
good.
know, I might pull you down, but I'm gonna pull you back up. You know what I'm saying? I gotta accountability is the entertaining part of it, but it's the educational part for you. So as long as you can, I appreciate you because it takes a lot to even come up here, especially if you watch the previous shows. All
I
right,
never.
so well,
Yeah,
clear
but one thing I'm not gonna ever be is argumentative. I don't take anything personal.
Yeah.
If it's something that someone says that I don't like, you know, I'm not here to debate. I'm here to learn. You gave us some jewels, and we just gonna do what we
yeah,
got to do.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah. So it's all good. I appreciate y'all. We do want to do a follow up with y'all. Not soon, maybe in 3 months or so, just to see three to 6 months, just to to see how you doing. Make sure you do that business plan because I think you need it. I think you need to decrease your cost as much as possible. Y'all can't afford to pay nobody. Y'all gotta let Buddy go. Unfortunate. I know I said it kind of, straightforward, but that's business. And y'all need to like prioritize getting him his money. That should be priority number one. You don't want anybody running around because when you let him go, because y'all not gonna be able to do both come Monday. So you're gonna
Mhm.
have to let him go regardless. So hopefully the end of this week, y'all got his money, man. Even if you say you got more than 5,000, George,
Yeah.
you need to pay him. It's y'all business, but y'all need to pay him, man.
No, but
Y'all gotta pay him.
we don't even owe him that much, because everything he's been doing from the time he started from Amazon, he's gotten paid. The only thing we owe him is less than $1,000. So that's not really a
More,
big deal.
more reason why you need to pay him. Then, if it's not that much, then
Yeah,
get him out the way
yeah.
because you're gonna have you finna lay him off anyway, right?
I'm gonna work that out. Like I say, um, I told these guys, man, I'm not that type of person where I'm gonna let just because I didn't get paid, they're not gonna get paid. So you know, there's some things I gotta reel in, and I'm gonna take care of that, because you know I don't want him coming back messing up the truck and all
Yeah.
type of dumb stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm very conscious of that. You know, and everyone says they stand on business. I stand on principle as well. So he's gonna get his bread.
Yeah, I mean, it still says stand on principles, but you gotta make sure the business stand on the business too. It's like I always say, it's God first, then business. then
Yeah,
everything
absolutely.
else. God first, then business. Business comes right after God, because especially if the business is your stream of income, you got to take care of that first in order to be able to take care of everything else. So, but yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. Let me play this
Quick question:
outro. Yeah.
Are you going to post this whole video on YouTube, or you gonna make it in parts? Because it's mad long. So
No, it's already up. I may oops, I messed some shit up. I may I may chop it up, but
yeah,
once we end the live, it's gonna stay up.
nah, because this is mad. Like, feel me? Like, me and George could look back on this, like, maybe, let's say 5 years, 4 years, and be like, yo, look at where we started, man. We went on a whole show, got trolled on the comments, and just got good game, and look at us now. But
I mean, it
I'm
was a
just
good
grateful
show.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the whole thing up. I'm gonna leave the whole thing up. We may chop some of it up, but it'll be up for you to come back and see it.
And
And you,
so I just want to throw out one last parting shot. No one
yes,
put a
sir.
gun to my head. No one put a gun to my head to do what I did. Um, Trust me, I did what I did, and I'm gonna make it right. Like I say, no one. I control the money. No one put a gun to my head and said I had to do this. But as we know in business, once you in too deep, you in too deep, and you got to do what you got to do to dig it out. Dig out.
You definitely. I don't think you in too deep. Well, yeah, you kind of in too deep, but I think
Nah, we are in too deep. Like that's
yeah.
that's not even for no one else to tell me. Like I know that. I know it.
So
You know what I mean? So if I know it, that's half the battle.
yeah, so well, I think Angel, you need to be really hopefully you are thankful for George.
Yeah, I
You
tell
know what
him
I'm
every day.
saying?
We have
So
meetings.
and yeah, and George, I just need you to be a little bit more, because even though y'all business part, I don't know what the split is or the percentage is, you still the
Half.
older person. Half. So then George, you still the older person. So even though it's half, you still got the wisdom
Yep.
as far as life is concerned. You can hit me up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a part of you coming on testimonials, I owe you. So, hit me up in the DM, Mark. I need you to help me with this. I need your advice on this. All right. Stop going to Facebook. Stop
Nah,
listening to
I,
these
I I
people on
hit you. I hit
Facebook.
you with the dollar little comment, little $6 you made off
Well,
me tonight.
I appreciate that. Well, YouTube took 50% of that, so $3.
Yeah,
I appreciate the cup of coffee. But what I'm saying is, hit me in the DM when
I
y'all
appreciate
have
that.
questions. Stop, going to Facebook. You know what I'm
Yeah, I appreciate.
saying? So you hit me in the DM. I may not get right back to you because my DMs is flooded, but hit me, and then check out my streams. And if you come in my streams, if I'm not responding in the DM because I haven't got to you yet, I'm live 2 or 3 nights a week. Come into the chat, and then I get you. You dig what I'm saying? And answer your question. So I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Give me a second. I'm let this outro play, and then I want to holler at y'all in the green room for a second. I
okay.
appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all on the next live. Anybody that wants to do a testimonial, DM me, or email me at mark@thementormark.com. I'll put that in the chat, and I'll pin it to the top. All right. So either DM me, or let me pin that to the top, or email me at mark@thementormark.com. All right. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.